Notice, this book is produced in Daisy Digital Talking Book, Daisy Text only, and in print format for people with bona fide print disability by V4U. This book is created for special distribution for the print disabled in accordance with Section 52 Clause 1 Subclause ZB of the Copyright Act of India as amended in 2012. The Daisy Digital Talking Book, Daisy Text only, Braille book is permitted to be used only by persons with print disabilities. Any further reproduction, distribution to any person without a print disability or any commercial use of this book is strictly prohibited and will be subject to a legal action.
Honeydew, textbook in English for Class 8. Contents: Chapter 1, The Best Christmas Present in the World, and The Ant and the Cricket. Chapter 2, The Tsunami, and Geography Lesson. Chapter 3, Glimpses of the Past, and Macavity, the Mystery Cat. Chapter 4, Bipin Chaudhary's Lapse of Memory, and The Last Bargain. Chapter 5, The Summit Within, and The Schoolboy. Chapter 6, This is Jodie's Fawn. Chapter 7, A Visit to Cambridge, and When I Set Out for Lyonesse. Chapter 8, A Short Monsoon Diary, and On the Grasshopper and Cricket. Chapter 9, The Great Stone Face 1. Chapter 10, The Great Stone Face 2.
Honeydew 1. The Best Christmas Present in the World. Before you read, there are some dates or periods of time in the history of the world that are so significant that everyone knows and remembers them. The story you will read mentions one such date and event, a war between the British and the Germans in 1914. Can you guess which war it was? Do you know which events the dates below refer to? A. 4th July 1776, B. 17th December 1903, C. 6th August 1945, D. 30th January 1948, E. 12th April 1961, F. 20th July 1969. The answers are on page 23. 1. I spotted it in a junk shop in Bridport, a roll-top desk. The man said it was early 19th century and oak. I had wanted one, but they were far too expensive. This one was in a bad condition, the roll-top in several pieces, one leg clumsily mended, scotch marks all down one side. It was going for very little money. I thought I could restore it. It would be a risk, a challenge, but I had to have it. I paid the man and brought it back to my workroom at the back of the garage. I began work on it on Christmas Eve. I removed the roll top completely and pulled out the drawers. The veneer had lifted almost everywhere. Meanings: spotted it, saw it, found it, informal. Scotch marks, burn marks. Was going for, was selling for, informal. Restore, here it means repair. Veneer, a thin layer of plastic or decorative wood on furniture of cheap wood. It looked like water damage to me. Both fire and water had clearly taken their toll on this desk. The last drawer was stuck fast. I tried all I could to ease it out gently. In the end, I used brute force. I struck it sharply with the side of my fist, and the drawer flew open to reveal a shallow space underneath, a secret drawer. There was something in there. I reached in and took out a small black tin box. Sellotaped to the top of it was a piece of lined notepaper and written on it in shaky handwriting, "Jim's last letter, received January 25th, 1915. To be buried with me when the time comes." I knew as I did it that it was wrong of me to open the box, but curiosity got the better of my scruples. It usually does. Inside the box there was an envelope. The address read, "Mrs. Jim Macpherson, 12 Copper Beeches, Bridport, Dorset." I took out the letter and unfolded it. It was written in pencil and dated at the top, December 26, 1914. Meanings: taken their toll on, damaged, stuck fast, shut tight. Scruples: feelings that make you hesitate to do something wrong. Comprehension check. 1. What did the author find in a junk shop? 2. What did he find in a secret drawer? Who do you think had put it in there? 2. Dearest Connie, I write to you in a much happier frame of mind because something wonderful has just happened that I must tell you about at once. We were all standing to in our trenches yesterday morning, Christmas morning. It was crisp and quiet all about, as beautiful a morning as I've ever seen, as cold and frosty as a Christmas morning should be. I should like to be able to tell you that we began it, but the truth, I'm ashamed to say, is that Fritz began it. First, someone saw a white flag waving from the trenches opposite. Then they were calling out to us from across no man's land, "Happy Christmas, Tommy! Happy Christmas!" When we had got over the surprise, some of us shouted back, "Same to you, Fritz! Same to you!" I thought that would be that. We all did. But then suddenly one of them was up there in his grey greatcoat and waving a white flag. "Don't shoot, lads," someone shouted, and no one did. Then there was another Fritz up on the parapet, and another. "Keep your heads down," I told the men. It's a trick, but it wasn't. One of the Germans was waving a bottle above his head. "It is Christmas Day, Tommy. We have snaps, we have sausage. We meet you, yes?" By this time there were dozens of them walking towards us across no man's land, and not a rifle between them. Little Private Morris was the first up. "Come on, boys, what are we waiting for?" And then there was no stopping them. I was the officer. I should have stopped them there and then, I suppose, but the truth is that it never even occurred to me I should. All along their line and ours I could see men walking slowly towards one another, grey coats, khaki coats meeting in the middle. And I was one of them. I was part of this. In the middle of the war, we were making peace. You cannot imagine, dearest Connie, my feelings as I looked into the eyes of the Fritz officer who approached me, hand outstretched. "Hans Wolf," he said, gripping my hand warmly and holding it. "I am from Dusseldorf. I play the cello in the orchestra. Happy Christmas." Meanings: standing to, taking up positions, trenches, long deep ditches in the ground where soldiers hide from the enemy. Fritz, here, a name for a German soldier. Fritz is a common German name. Tommy, a common English name used here to refer to British soldiers. That would be that. That was all. That was the end of the matter. Schnapps, pronounced schnapps, a German drink made from grain. Cello, a musical instrument like a large violin. "Captain Jim Macpherson," I replied, "and a happy Christmas to you too. I'm a school teacher from Dorset in the west of England." "Ah, Dorset," he smiled. "I know this place. I know it very well." We shared my rum ration and his excellent sausage, and we talked. Connie, how we talked. He spoke almost perfect English, but it turned out that he had never set foot in Dorset, never even been to England. He had learned all he knew of England from school and from reading books in English. His favorite writer was Thomas Hardy, his favorite book Far from the Madding Crowd. So out there in no man's land we talked of Bathsheba and Gabriel Oak and Sergeant Troy and Dorset. He had a wife and one son, born just 6 months ago. As I looked about me, there were huddles of khaki and grey everywhere, all over no man's land, smoking, laughing, talking, drinking, eating. Hans Wolf and I shared what was left of your wonderful Christmas cake, Connie. He thought the marzipan was the best he had ever tasted. I agreed. We agreed about everything, and he was my enemy. There never was a Christmas party like it, Connie. Then someone, I don't know who, brought out a football. Greatcoats were dumped in piles to make goalposts, and the next thing we knew, it was Tommy against Fritz out in the middle of no man's land. Hans Wolf and I looked on and cheered, clapping our hands and stamping our feet to keep our hold as much as anything. There was a moment when I noticed our breaths mingling in the air between us. He saw it too and smiled. "Jim Macpherson," he said after a while, "I think this is how we should resolve this war. A football match. No one dies in a football match. No children are orphaned. No wives become widows." "I'd prefer cricket," I told him. Then Tommies could be sure of winning probably. We laughed at that, and together we watched the game. Sad to say, Connie, Fritz won, 2-1. Meaning: marzipan, a sweet cowering on a cake made from sugar, eggs, and almonds. But as Hans Wolf generously said, our goal was wider than theirs, so it wasn't quite fair. The time came, and all too soon, when the game was finished. The schnapps and the rum and the sausage had long since run out, and we knew it was all over. I wished Hans well and told him I hoped he would see his family again soon, that the fighting would end and we could all go home. "What every soldier wants on both sides," Hans Wolf said. "Take care, Jim Macpherson. I shall never forget this moment, nor you." He saluted and walked away from me slowly, unwillingly, I felt. He turned to wave just once, and then became one of the hundreds of grey-coated men drifting back towards their trenches. That night, back in our dugouts, we heard them singing a carol, and singing it quite beautifully. It was Still Night, Silent Night. Our boys gave them a rousing chorus of While Shepherds Watched. We exchanged carols for a while, and then we all fell silent. We had had our time of peace and goodwill, a time I'll treasure as long as I live. Meanings: dugout, a shelter for soldiers made by digging a hole in the ground and covering it. Dearest Connie, by Christmas time next year, this war will be nothing but a distant and terrible memory. I know from all that happened today how much both armies long for peace. We shall be together again soon, I'm sure of it. Your loving Jim. Comprehension check. 1. Who had written the letter, to whom and when? 2. Why was the letter written? What was the wonderful thing that had happened? 3. What jobs did Hans Wolf and Jim Macpherson have when they were not soldiers? 4. Had Hans Wolf ever been to Dorset? Why did he say he knew it? 5. Do you think Jim Macpherson came back from the war? How do you know this? 3. I folded the letter again and slipped it carefully back into its envelope. I kept awake all night. By morning I knew what I had to do. I drove into Bridport Just a few miles away, I asked a boy walking his dog where Copper Beeches was. House number 12 turned out to be nothing but a burned-out shell, the roof gaping, the windows boarded up. I knocked at the house next door and asked if anyone knew the whereabouts of a Mrs. Macpherson. "Oh, yes," said the old man in his slippers. He knew her well. A lovely old lady, he told me, a bit muddle-headed, but at her age she was entitled to be, wasn't she? 101 years old. She had been in the house when it caught fire. No one really knew how the fire had started, but it could well have been candles. She used candles rather than electricity because she always thought electricity was too expensive. The fireman had got her out just in time. She was in a nursing home now, he told me. Burlington House on the Dorchester Road on the other side of town. Meanings: burned out, destroyed by fire, boarded up, covered with wooden boards, muddle-headed, confused. Comprehension check. 1. Why did the author go to Bridport? 2. How old was Mrs. Macpherson now? Where was she? I found Burlington House nursing home easily enough. There were paper chains up in the hallway. A Christmas tree stood in the corner with a lopsided angel on top. I said I was friend come to visit Mrs. Macpherson to bring her a Christmas present. I could see through into the dining room where everyone was wearing a paper hat and singing. The matron had a hat on too and seemed happy enough to see me. She even offered me a mince pie. She walked me along the corridor. "Mrs. Macpherson is not in with the others," she told me. "She's rather confused today, so we thought it best if she had a good rest. She has no family, you know, no one visits, so I'm sure she'll be only too pleased to see you." She took me into a conservatory with wicker chairs and potted plants all around and left me. The old lady was sitting in a wheelchair, her hands folded in her lap. She had silver white hair pinned into a wispy bun. She was gazing out at the garden. "Hello," I said. She turned and looked up at me vacantly. "Happy Christmas, Connie," I went on. "I found this. I think it's yours." As I was speaking, her eyes never left my face. I opened the tin box and gave it to her. That was the moment her eyes lit up with recognition and her face became suffused with a sudden glow of happiness. I explained about the desk, about how I had found it, but I don't think she was listening. Meanings: lit up, became bright with happiness or excitement, suffused with glow of happiness, spread all over her face. For a while she said nothing, but stroked the letter tenderly with her fingertips. Suddenly she reached out and took my hand. Her eyes were filled with tears. "You told me you'd come home by Christmas, dearest," she said, "and here you are, the best Christmas present in the world. Come closer, Jim dear, sit down." I sat down beside her, and she kissed my cheek. "I read your letter so often, Jim, every day. I wanted to hear your voice in my head. It always made me feel you were here with me. And now you are. Now you're back. You can read it to me yourself. Would you do that for me, Jim dear? I just want to hear your voice again. I'd love that so much. And then perhaps we'll have some tea. I've made you a nice Christmas cake, marzipan all around. I know how much you love marzipan." Michael Morpurgo. Comprehension check. 1. Who did Connie Macpherson think her visitor was? 2. Which sentence in the next shows that the visitor did not try to hide his identity? Which sentence in the text shows that the visitor did not try to hide his identity? Working with the text. 1. For how long do you think Connie had kept Jim's letter? Give reasons for your answer. 2. Why do you think the desk had been sold and when? 3. Why do Jim and Hans think that games or sports are good ways of resolving conflicts? Do you agree? 4. Do you think the soldiers of the two armies are like each other or different from each other? Find evidence from the story to support your answer. 5. Mention the various ways in which the British and the German soldiers become friends and find things in common at Christmas. 6. What is Connie's Christmas present? Why is it the best Christmas present in the world? 7. Do you think the title of the story is suitable for it? Can you think of any other titles? Working with language. 1. Look at these sentences from the story. I spotted it in a junk shop in Bridport. The man said it was made in the early 19th century. This one was in a bad condition. The italicized verbs are in the past tense. Spotted, said, was. They tell us what happened in the past, before now. 1. Read the passage below and underline the verbs in the past tense. A man got on the train and sat down. The compartment was empty except for one lady. She took her gloves off. A few hours later, the police arrested the man. They held him for 24 hours and then freed him. Now look at these sentences. The veneer had lifted almost everywhere. Both fire and water had taken their toll on this desk. Notice the verb forms had lifted, had taken their toll. The author found and bought the desk in the past. The desk was damaged before the author found it and bought it. Fire and water had damaged the desk before the author found it and bought it. We use verb forms like had damaged for an event in the earlier past. If there are two events in the past, we use the had form for the event that occurred first in the past. We also use the past perfect tense to show that something was wished for or expected before a particular time in the past. For example, I had always wanted one. Discuss with your partner the difference in meaning in the sentences below. When I reached the station, the train left. When I reached the station, the train had left. 2. Fill in the blanks using the correct form of the verbs in brackets. My little sister is very naughty. When she dash brackets come back from school yesterday, she had dash brackets tear her dress. We dash brackets ask her how it had dash happen. She dash brackets say she dash dash brackets have quarrel with a boy. She dash dash brackets have comma beat him in a race and he dash dash brackets have comma try to push her. She dash dash brackets have comma tell the teacher and so he dash dash brackets have comma chase her and she dash dash brackets have fall down and dash dash have tear in brackets her dress. 3. Underline the verbs and arrange them in two columns, past and earlier past. A. My friends set out to see the caves in the next town, but I stayed at home because I had seen them already. B. When they arrived at the station, their train had left. They came back home, but by that time I had gone out to see a movie. See, so they sat outside and ate the lunch I had packed for them. D. By the time I returned, they had fallen asleep. 2. Dictionary work. By the end of the journey, we had run out of drinking water. Look at the verb run out in this sentence. It's a phrasal verb. It has two parts, a verb and a preposition or an adverb. Phrasal verbs often have meanings that are different from the meanings of their parts. Find these phrasal verbs in the story. Burn out, light up, look on, run out, keep out. Write down the sentences in which they occur. Consult a dictionary and write down the meaning that you think matches the meaning of the phrasal verb in the sentence. 3. Noun phrase. Read the following sentence. I took out a small black tin box. The phrase small black tin box is a noun phrase. It has the noun box as the head word and 3 adjectives preceding it. Notice the order in which the adjectives occur. Size small, color black, and material tin of which it is made. We rarely use more than 4 adjectives before a noun, and there is no rigid order in which they are used, though there is a preferred order of modifiers or adjectives in a noun phrase, as given below. Determiner a and the. Modifier 1, opinion or feeling, nice, lazy, beautiful. Modifier 2, size, shape, age, tall, round, old, young. Modifier 3, color, red, white, light, dark. Modifier 4, material, silk, cotton, woolen. Head word, woman, man, table or chair. 4. The table below contains a list of nouns and some adjectives. Use as many adjectives as you can to describe each noun. You might come up with some funny descriptions. Nouns: elephant, face, building, water. Adjectives: circular, striped, enormous, multicolored, round, cheerful, wild, blue, red, chubby, large, medium-sized, cold. Speaking. 1. In groups, discuss whether wars are a good way to end conflicts between countries. Then present your arguments to the whole class. 2. What kind of presents do you like and why? What are the things you keep in mind when you buy presents for others? Discuss with your partner. For example, you might buy a book because it can be read and reread over a period of time. Writing. 1. Imagine that you are Jim. You have returned to your town after the war. In your diary, record how you feel about the changes you see and the events that occur in your town. You could begin like this. 25th December 1919. It's Christmas today, but the town looks ... Or, suppose you are the visitor. You are in a dilemma. You don't know whether to disclose your identity and disappoint the old lady or let her believe that her dear Jim has come back. Write a letter to a friend highlighting your anxiety, fears, and feelings. 2. Given below is the outline of a story. Construct the story using the outline. A young newly married doctor dash freedom fighter dash exiled to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands by the British dash infamous cellular jail dash prisoners tortured dash revolt by inmates dash doctor hanged dash wife waits for his return dash becomes old dash continues to wait with hope and faith. War is the greatest plague that can afflict humanity. It destroys religion, it destroys states, it destroys families. Martin Luther. This book is to be neither an accusation nor a confession, and least of all an adventure, for death is not an adventure to those who stand face to face with it. It will try simply to tell of a generation of men who, even though they may have escaped shells, were destroyed by the war. Eric Maria Remarque, author of All Quiet on the Western Front. The Ant and the Cricket. A fable is a story, often with animals as characters, that conveys a moral. This poem about an ant and a cricket contains an idea of far-reaching significance, which is as true of a four-legged cricket as of a two-legged one. Surely you have seen a cricket that has two legs. A silly young cricket, accustomed to sing through the warm, sunny months of gay summer and spring, began to complain when he found that at home his cupboard was empty and winter was come. Not a crumb to be found on the snow-covered ground, not a flower could he see, not a leaf on a tree. "Oh, what will become," says the cricket, "of me? At last by starvation and famine made bold, all dripping with wet and all trembling with cold, away he set off to a miserly ant, to see if, to keep him alive, he would grant him shelter from rain, and a mouthful of grain he wished only to borrow. He'd repay it tomorrow. If not, he must die of starvation and sorrow." Says the ant to the cricket, "I'm your servant and friend, but we ants never borrow, we ants never lend. But tell me, dear cricket, did you lay nothing by when the weather was warm?" Quoth the cricket, "Not I, my heart was so light that I sang day and night, for all nature looked gay." "You sang, sir, you say? Go then," says the ant, "and dance the winter away." Thus ending, he hastily lifted the wicket, and out of the door turned the poor little cricket. Folks call this a fable. I'll warrant it true. Some crickets have 4 legs, and some have 2. Adapted from Aesop's Fables. Glossary. Accustomed to sing, used to singing, in the habit of singing. Famine, scarcity of food, having nothing to eat. Lay nothing by, save nothing. Quoth, Old English, which means said. Working with the poem. 1. The cricket says, "Oh, what will become of me?" When does he say it, and why? 2. 1. Find the poem, the lines that mean the same as neither a borrower nor a lender be. Shakespeare. 2. What is your opinion of the ant's principles? 3. The ant tells the cricket to dance the winter away. Do you think the word dance is appropriate here? If so, why? 4. 1. Which lines in the poem express the poet's comment? Read them aloud. 2. Write the comment in your own words. If you know a fable in your own language, narrate it to your classmates. Answers to questions on page 9. A. American Declaration of Independence. B. Wilbur and Orville Wright made the first flight, remaining in the air for 12 seconds and covering 120 feet. C. Hiroshima Day. An atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima in Japan on this day. D. Assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. E. Yuri A. Gagarin became the first human to orbit the Earth. F. Neil Armstrong became the first human to set foot on the moon. Lesson 2. The Tsunami. Before you read, let's look at the map of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. On to the north, North Andaman, Middle Andaman, Lower Andaman, Port Blair, Andaman Sea, Little Andaman. These are the Andaman Islands. Then Indian Ocean, Car Nicobar, Nicobar Islands, Tarasa, Non-Kauri, Kachal, Little Nicobar and Great Nicobar. Now read the sentences below. Rewrite the correct ones after correcting the mistakes. Kachal is an island. 2. It's part of the Andaman group of islands. 3. Nankauri is an island in the Nicobar group. 4. Kachal and Nankauri are more than 100 miles apart. Hint: the scale of the map is given. 5. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands are to the west of India. 5. The Nicobar Islands are to the north of the Andaman Islands. A tsunami is a very large and powerful wave caused by earthquakes under the sea. On 26 December 2004, a tsunami hit Thailand and parts of India such as the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the Tamil Nadu coast. Here are some stories of courage and survival. Did animals sense that a tsunami was coming? Some stories suggest that they did. 1. These stories are all from the Andaman and Nicobar archipelago. Ignatius was the manager of a cooperative society in Kachal. His wife woke him up at 6 a.m. because she felt an earthquake. Ignatius carefully took his television set off its table and put it down on the ground so that it would not fall and break. Then the family rushed out of the house. When the tremors stopped, they saw the sea rising. In the chaos and confusion, 2 of his children caught hold of the hands of their mother's father and mother's brother and rushed in the opposite direction. He never saw them again. His wife was also swept away. Only the 3 other children who came with him were saved. Meanings: archipelago, a group of many islands and the surrounding sea. Tremor, a slight shake. Earth tremors, the earth shakes during an earthquake. Chaos, complete disorder or confusion. Sanjeev was a policeman serving in the Kachal island of the Nicobar group of islands. He somehow managed to save himself, his wife and his baby daughter from the waves. But then he heard cries for help from the wife of John, the guest house cook. Sanjeev jumped into the water to rescue her, but they were both swept away. 13-year-old Meghna was swept away along with her parents and 77 other people. She spent 2 days floating in the sea, holding on to a wooden door. 11 times she saw relief helicopters overhead, but they did not save her. They did not see her. She was brought to the shore by a wave and was found walking on the seashore in a daze. Almas Javed was 10 years old. She was a student of Carmel Convent in Port Blair, where her father had a petrol pump. Her mother, Rahila's home, was in Nankauri Island. The family had gone there to celebrate Christmas. When the tremors came early in the morning, the family was sleeping. Almas's father saw the sea water recede. He understood that the water would come rushing back with great force. He woke everyone up and tried to rush them to a safer place. As they ran, her grandfather was hit on the head by something and he fell down. Her father rushed to help him. Then came the first giant wave that swept both of them away. Alma's mother and aunt stood clinging to the leaves of a coconut tree, calling out to her. A wave uprooted the tree, and they too were washed away. Alma saw a log of wood floating. She climbed onto it. Then she fainted. Meanings: relief helicopters, helicopters bringing help to people. Example, during floods. Recede, move back from where it was. When she woke up, she was in a hospital in Kamorta. From there she was brought to Port Blair. The little girl does not want to talk about the incident with anyone. She is still traumatized. Comprehension check. Say whether the following are true or false. 1. Ignatius lost his wife, 2 children, his father-in-law, his brother-in-law in the tsunami. 2. Sanjeev made it to safety after the tsunami. 3. Meghna was saved by a relief helicopter. 4. Alma's father realized that a tsunami was going to hit the island. 5. Her mother and aunts were washed away with the tree that they were holding on to. 2. Tilly Smith, a British schoolgirl, was able to save many lives when the tsunami struck Phuket Beach in Thailand. Though she has won a number of awards, her parents have not allowed their daughter to be interviewed on television and made into a heroine. Why do you think they took that decision? Now here is a story from Thailand. The Smith family from southeast England were celebrating Christmas at a beach resort in southern Thailand. Tilly Smith was a 10-year-old schoolgirl. Her sister was 7 years old. Their parents were Penny and Colin Smith. It was 26 December 2004. Deadly tsunami waves were already on their way. They had been triggered by a massive earthquake off northern Sumatra earlier that morning. The water was swelling and kept coming in, Penny Smith remembered. The beach was getting smaller and smaller. I didn't know what was happening. Meanings: traumatized, greatly shocked and distressed. Resort, a place where people go on holiday. Triggered, caused, describes a sudden, violent reaction. Here, an undersea earthquake caused the tsunami. But Tilly Smith sensed that something was wrong. Her mind kept going back to a geography lesson she had taken in England just 2 weeks before she flew out to Thailand with her family. Tilly saw the sea slowly rise and start to foam, bubble, and form whirlpools. She remembered that she had seen this in class in a video of a tsunami that had hit the Hawaiian Islands in 1946. Her geography teacher had shown her class the video and told them that tsunamis can be caused by earthquakes, volcanoes, and landslides. Tilly started to scream at her family to get off the beach. She talked about an earthquake under the sea. She got more and more hysterical. Said her mother, Penny, I didn't know what a tsunami was, but seeing my daughter so frightened, I thought something serious must be going on. Tilly's parents took her and her sister away from the beach to the swimming pool at the hotel. A number of other tourists also left the beach with them. Then it was as if the entire sea had come out after them. I was screaming, run! The family took refuge in the 3rd floor of the hotel. The building withstood the surge of 3 tsunami waves. If they had stayed on the beach, they would not have been alive. The Smiths later met other tourists who had lost entire families. Thanks to Tilly and her geography lesson, they had been forewarned. Tilly went back to her school in England and told her classmates her terrifying tale. Comprehension check. Answer the following in a phrase or a sentence. 1. Why did Tilly's family come to Thailand? 2. What were the warning signs that both Tilly and her mother saw? 3. Do you think Tilly's mother was alarmed by them? 4. Where had Tilly seen the sea behaving in the same strange fashion? Meanings: hysterical. When you are hysterical, you shout, laugh, or cry in a wild, excited way without any control over yourself. Refuge, shelter, or protection from danger. Withstood, endured without collapsing. Surge, force, momentum. Question number 5. Where did the Smith family and the others on the beach go to escape from the tsunami? 6. How do you think her geography teacher felt when he heard about what Tilly had done in Phuket? 3. Look carefully at the picture of the boy and his dog and try to describe the things that you see using just words and phrases. Either the teacher or one of the students can write down the words and phrases on the backboard. This is how you can start. Calm, blue sea, ruined huts. There is a picture of a boy. There is a bench. There are nets. There is a sea. Before the giant waves slammed into the coast in India and Sri Lanka, wild and domestic animals seemed to know what was about to happen. They fled to safety. According to eyewitness accounts, elephants screamed and ran for higher ground. Dogs refused to go outdoors. Flamingos abandoned their low-lying breeding areas, and zoo animals rushed into their shelters and could not be enticed to come back. Many people believe that animals possess a sixth sense and know when the earth is going to shake. Some experts believe that animals' more acute hearing helps them to hear or feel the earth's vibration. They can sense an approaching disaster long before humans realize what's going on. We cannot be sure whether animals have a sixth sense or not, but the fact is that the giant waves that rolled through the Indian Ocean killed more than 150,000 people in a dozen countries, but not many animals have been reported dead. Along India's Kadalur coast, where thousands of people perished, buffaloes, goats, and dogs were found unharmed. The Yala National Park in Sri Lanka is home to a variety of animals, including elephants, leopards, and 130 species of birds. 60 visitors were Patanangala beach inside the park. But no animal carcasses were found, except for 2 water buffaloes. About an hour before the tsunami hit, people at Yala National Park had observed 3 elephants running away from the Patanangala beach. A Sri Lankan gentleman who lives on the coast near Gal said his 2 dogs would not go for their daily run on the beach. They are usually excited to go on this outing, he said, but on that day they refused to go and most probably saved his life. Comprehension check. Answer using a phrase or a sentence. In the tsunami, 150,000 people died. How many animals died? 2. How many people and animals died in Yala National Park? 3. What do people say about the elephants of Yala National Park? 4. What did the dogs in Gal do? Working with the text. Discuss the following questions in class. Then write your own answers. 1. When he felt the earthquake, do you think Ignatius immediately worried about a tsunami? Give reasons for your answer. Which sentence in the text tells you that the Ignatius family did not have any time to discuss and plan their course of action after the tsunami struck? 2. Which words in the list below describe Sanjeev in your opinion? Look up the dictionary for words that you are not sure of. 1. Cheerful. 2. Ambition. 3. Brash. Brave. Careless. heroic, selfless, heartless, humorous. Use words from the list to complete the 3 sentences below. 1. I don't know if Sanjeev was cheerful, comma, dash or dash. 2. I think that he was very brave, dash and dash. 3. Sanjeev was not heartless, dash or dash. Question number 3. How are Meghna and Almas's stories similar? 4. What are the different ways in which Tilly's parents could have reacted to her behavior? What would you have done if you were in their place? 5. If Tilly's award was to be shared, who do you think she should share it with? Dash her parents or her geography teacher. 6. What are the 2 different ideas about why so few animals were killed in the tsunami? Which idea do you find more believable? Working with the language. 1. Go through part 1 carefully and make a list of as many words as you can find that indicate movement of different kinds. There is one word that occurs repeatedly. Count how many times. Put them into 3 categories: fast movement, slow movement, neither slow nor fast. Can you explain why there are many words in one column and not in the others? 2. Fill in the blanks in the sentences below. The verbs given in the brackets will give you a clue. 1. The earth trembled, but not many people felt the dash. Within brackets, tremble. 2. When the zoo was flooded, there was a lot of dash and many animals escaped into the countryside. Brackets, confuse. 3. We heard with dash that the lion had been recaptured. Within brackets, relieve. 4th, the zookeeper was stuck in a tree and his dash was filmed by the TV crew. Brackets, rescue. 5. There was much dash in the village when the snake charmer came visiting. Dash within brackets, excite. 3. Study the sentences in the columns A and column B. Column A, Meghna was swept away. Almas's grandfather was hit on the head. 60 visitors were washed away. No animal carcasses were found. Column B, the waves swept Meghna away. Something hit Almas's grandfather on the head. The waves washed away 60 visitors. People did not find any animal carcasses. Compare the sentences in A to the ones in B. Who's the doer of the action in every case? Is the doer mentioned in A or in B? Notice the verbs in A. Was swept away, was hit, were washed away, were found. They are in the passive form. The sentences are in the passive voice. In these sentences, the focus is not on the person who does the action. In B, the doer of the action is named. The verbs are in the active form. The sentences are in the active voice. Say whether the following sentences are in the active or the passive voice. Write A or P after each sentence as shown in the example. 1. Someone stole my bicycle. A. 2. The tires were deflated by the traffic police. 3. I found it last night in a ditch near my house. 4. It had been thrown there. 5. My father gave it to the mechanic. 6. The mechanic repaired it for me. Speaking and writing. 1. Suppose you are one of the volunteers who went to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands for relief work after the tsunami. You work in the relief camps distributing food, water and medicine among the victims. You listen to the various stories of bravery of ordinary people even as they fight against odds to bring about some semblance of normalcy in their lives. You admire their grit and determination. Write diary entry. You may start in this way. 31st December 2004. The killer tsunami struck these islands 5 days ago. But the victims are being brought in even now. Each one has a story to tell. 2. The story shows how a little girl saved the lives of many tourists when a tsunami struck the beach, thanks to the geography lesson that she had learnt at school. She remembered the visuals of a tsunami and warned her parents. Do you remember any incident when something that you learnt in the classroom helped you in some way outside the classroom? Write your experiences in a paragraph of about 90 to 100 words or narrate it to the whole class like an anecdote. Kachal is one of the largest islands in the central group. It's about 61 square miles in area. It's slightly hilly at the center, but otherwise remarkably flat. Betty at the party. When I was at the party, said Betty, aged just 4, a little girl fell off her chair, right down upon the floor, and all the other little girls began to laugh but me. I didn't laugh a single bit, said Betty seriously. Why not? Her mother asked her, full of delight to find that Betty, bless her little heart, had been so sweetly kind. Why didn't you laugh, my darling? Or don't you like to tell? I didn't laugh, said Betty, because it was I that fell. Geography lesson. Can you imagine what your city would look like if you saw it from 10,000 feet above the ground? Neatly planned and perfect in proportion like a geometric design, it would strike you as something very different from what it actually is while you are in the thick of it. Here's a poet's description of just a view of the city and some questions that came to his mind. When the jet sprang into the sky, it was clear why the city had developed the way it had. Seeing it scaled 6 inches to the mile, there seemed an inevitability about what on ground had looked haphazard, unplanned and without style when the jet sprang into the sky. When the jet reached 10,000 feet, it was clear why the country had cities where the rivers ran and why the valleys were populated. The logic of geography, that land and water attracted man, was clearly delineated when the jet reached 10,000 feet. When the jet rose 6 miles high, it was clear the earth was round and that it had more sea than land. But it was difficult to understand that the men on the earth found causes to hate each other, to build walls across cities, and to kill. From that height, it was not clear why. The poet is Zulfikar Ghose. Glossary. Inevitable, that cannot be avoided. Haphazard, without plan or order. Delineated, shown. Working with the poem. 1. Find 3 or 4 phrases in stanzas 1 and 2 which are likely to occur in a geography lesson. 2. Seen from the window of an aeroplane, the city appears 1. As haphazard as on ground, 2. As neat as a map, 3. As developed as necessary. Mark the right answer. 3. Which of the following statements are examples of the logic of geography? 1. There are cities where there are rivers. 2. Cities appear. as they are not from 6 miles above the ground. 3. It's easy to understand why valleys are populated. 4. It's difficult to understand why humans hate and kill one another. 5. The earth is round and it has more sea than land. 4. Mention 2 things that are 1. Clear from the height. 2. Not clear from the height. Dew. Chapter 3. Glimpses of the Past. Before you read, here are some pictorial glimpses of the history of our country from 1757 to 1857. These pictures and speech bubbles will help clarify your understanding of the conditions that led to the event known as the First War of Independence in 1857. 1. The Martyrs. At a function in Delhi, O my countrymen, let your eyes fill with tears as you recall the sacrifices of India's martyrs. 2. The Company's Conquest, 1757 to 1849. With its superior weapons, the British East India Company was extending its power in 18th century India in 1765. Indian princes were short-sighted. That upstart Rajabha called the English merchants, "They will help me to defeat him." The people had no peace due to such constant fights. The rivalries helped the East India Company, and it could easily subdue Indian princes one by one. A far-seeing ruler like the brave Tipu of Mysore fought the British till he died fighting. How did Indians react to these conquests? Thank God there is peace in the country now. No more wars and no looting by thugs. It is God who sent the British. Our destiny is linked with them. The white man has killed or dethroned our kings. Some kings were not good, but after all, they were of this land. Now we have become slaves of foreigners. 3. British rule 1765 to 1836. Religious leaders preached ideas like untouchability and child marriage. Anyone who crosses the seas loses his religion. All the misery in the world is due to women. The truth was that Indians had lost self-respect. The British scorned them. The natives are unworthy of trust, incapable of honesty. True, your honor, says an Indian, but I am honest. Being merchants, the British wanted quick profits. Their heavy taxes forced farmers to abandon their fields. But your men are taking all my crop. You are still in arrears. If you don't pay next week, I will send you to jail. Inevitably, famines followed. Between 1822 and 1836, 15 lakh Indians died of starvation. Still, the British invented other methods which gave them more profits. The goods manufactured in England should not have any import duty when brought into India. A good idea, said an Indian. The East India Company's laws began to cripple Indian industries. The British policies ruined the expert artisans and their business. 4. Ram Mohan Roy, 1770-1833. Ram Mohan Roy, a learned man from Bengal, understood what was wrong with the country. Let's not despise ourselves. Our ancient culture is great, and we are capable of greater achievements. We must first reform our society. Superstitions have been ruining us. He told his wife, Uma. Cows are of different colors, but the color of their milk is the same. Different teachers have different opinions, but the essence of every religion is the same. He was attracted by science and modern knowledge. Knowledge should be practical and scientific. He crossed the seas and went to England to see what made the British powerful. Then he told them, "We accept you as rulers and you must accept us as subjects, but you must remember the responsibility a ruler owes to his subjects." He started newspapers, but the suspicious British stopped them in 1823. 5. Oppression, 1765 to 1835. But the British continued to oppress Indians. In 1818, they had passed Regulation 3. Under it, an Indian could be jailed without trial in a court. All the time, British officers in India drew big salaries and also made fortunes in private business. In 1829, Britain was exporting British goods worth 7 crore rupees to India. Governor General Bentinck reported back home, The bones of cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." The British prospered on the company's loot, while Indian industries began to die. 6. Dissatisfaction, 1835-56. Education in India was in Persian and Sanskrit. In 1835, an Englishman named Macaulay suggested a change. "We should teach the natives through the English language." I agree. English education produced clerks to whom the British gave petty jobs under them. Incidentally, it also produced a new generation of intellectuals. We must educate our brothers and try to improve their material conditions. For that, we must convey our grievances to the British Parliament. By 1856, the British had conquered the whole of India. They cared little about the needs of Indians. Our kings have become puppets, and we have lost our old jobs and lands. They are converting our brothers. You only talk. Do something to drive them out. 7. The Sparks, 1855-57. Taxes continued to ruin the peasants. In Bengal, the Santals, who had lost their lands under new land rules, became desperate. In 1855, they rose in rebellion and massacred Europeans and their supporters alike. Discontent was brewing in the East India Company's army too. The white soldier gets huge pay, mansions to live in, servants, while we get a pittance and slow promotions. The Angrez asks us to cross the sea, which is against our religion. Who is the Topiwala to abolish our age-old customs? We must drive out the Angrez. Sepoy Mangal Pandey attacked the adjutant of his regiment and was executed. Thousands of other sepoys revolted. They were stripped of their uniforms, humiliated, and put in irons. Few Englishmen had cared to understand Indian customs or the people's mind. O proud Brahmin soldiers, do you know that the grease on the bullet you have to bite is made from the fat of cows and pigs? What? The white man has deceived us too. Soon chapatis were sent from village to village to tell the people that their emperor would want their services. Yes, all my village men will be ready. Similarly, lotus flowers circulated among Indian soldiers. Death to the foreigner. The masses gave all help and shelter to the patriots. 8. Revolt, 1857. Then there was a violent outbreak at Meerut. The sepoys marched to Delhi. Long live our Emperor Bahadur Shah. The rebellion spread wider. Many landlords had lost their lands because of the British policies, and they were sore. The white man's rule must end. Yes, we will help you. 9. The Fight for Freedom, 1857. Many former rulers like Begum Hazrat Mahal of Lucknow were bitter. The white man has taken away my kingdom. Popular leaders like Maulvi Ahmadullah of Faizabad told the people, "Rise, brothers, rise, the Angrez is ruining our land." Azimullah Khan told Tatya Tope, "We should have Peshwa Nana Sahib as our leader in this war of independence." The patriots pounced upon the British and fought pitched battles all over North India. 80-year-old Kunwar Singh of Bihar received a bullet in his wrist. "Mother Ganga, this is my last offering to you." From Our Freedom Movement by S.D. Sawant. Comprehension check. From the pictures 1, recall the opening lines of the original song in Hindi. Who is the singer? In picture 2, what do you understand by the company's superior weapons? 3. Who's an artisan? Why do you think the artisans suffered? Which picture, according to you, reveals the first sparks of the fire of revolt? Working with the text, answer the following questions. 1. Do you think the Indian princes were short-sighted in their approach to the events of 1757? 2. How did the East India Company subdue the Indian princes? 3. Quote the words used by Ram Mohan Roy to say that every religion teaches the same principles. 4. In what ways did the British officers exploit Indians? 5. Name these people. 1. The ruler who fought pitched battles against the British and died fighting. 2. The person who wanted to reform the society. 3. The person who recommended the introduction of English education in India. 4. 2 popular leaders who led the revolt. Choices may vary. 6. Mention the following. 1. 2 examples of social practices prevailing then. 2. 2 oppressive policies of the British. 3. 2 ways in which common people suffered. 4. 4 seasons for the discontent that led to the 1857 War of Independence. 4 reasons for the discontent that led to the 1857 War of Independence. Working with the language. In comics, what the characters speak is put in bubbles. That is direct narration. When we report what the characters speak, we use the method of indirect narration. Study these examples. First, farmer. Why are your men taking away the entire crop? Second, farmer. Your men have taken away everything. Officer. You are still in arrears. If you don't pay tax next week, I'll send you to jail. The first farmer asked the officer why his men were taking away the entire crop. The second farmer said that their men had taken away everything. The officer replied that they were still in arrears and warned them that if they did not pay tax the following week, he, the officer, would send them, the farmers, to jail. 1. Change the following sentences into indirect speech. 1. First man. We must educate our brothers. Second man. And try to improve their material conditions. Third man. For that we must convey our grievances to the British Parliament. The first man said that dash dash. The second man added that dash dash. The third man suggested that dash dash. Second, first soldier. The white soldier gets huge pay, mansions and servants. Second soldier, we get a pittance and slow promotions. Third soldier, who are the British to abolish our customs? The first soldier said that dash dash. The second soldier remarked that dash dash. The third soldier asked dash dash. Speaking and writing. 1. Play act the role of farmers who have grievances against the policies of the government. Rewrite their speech bubbles in dialogue form first. The following are the pictures. A fox accidentally falls into a well. He says, "How do I get out of here?" Then a goat comes by. "Hello, is this water sweet?" The fox says, "Too sweet. I've had so much I might faint." Goat, "Let me taste it." And he gets into the well. "Thanks for the help. Come out when you can." The fox jumps over the goat. Then the goat realizes, "My mother used to say, be careful how you take the advice of people you don't know." 1. Ask one another questions about the pictures. Where is the fox? What is the fox thinking? What does she want to know? What happens next? Where is the fox now? How did it happen? Who is the visitor? What is the fox's reply? Where is the goat? What is the goat thinking? 2. Write the story in your own words. Give it a title. 3. Read the following news item. History becomes fun at this school. Mumbai. Students in the 6th grade of a certain school in Navi Mumbai love their history lessons thanks to a novel teaching aid. It's not surprising given the fact that their study material includes comic books and they use their textbooks for reference to put things into perspective. Besides, students are encouraged to tap other sources of information as well. During history classes, students pore over comic strips of historical periods, enact characters of emperors and tyrants, and have animated discussions on the subject. History has become fun. In the class, students are asked to read the comic strip aloud, after which they break up into groups of 4, discuss what they have heard, and write a summary. Each group leader reads his group summary aloud and the whole class jumps into discussion and debate, adding points, disagreeing, and qualifying points of view. A 6th grade student says, "It's a lot of fun because everyone gets a chance to express themselves and the summary takes everyone's ideas into account." According to the school principal, the comic strip format and visuals appeal to students. A historian feels that using comics in schools is a great idea. Comics and acting help students understand what characters in the story are actually thinking. Adapted from the Times of India, New Delhi, October 2007. Based on this news item, write a paragraph on what you think about this new method of teaching history. 4. Find the chapters in your history book that correspond to the episodes and events described in this comic. Note how the information contained in a few chapters of history has been condensed to a few pages with the help of pictures and speech bubbles. 5. Create a comic of your own using this story. Once the sun and the wind began to quarrel, each one saying that he was stronger than the other. At last they decided to test each other's strength. A man with a cloak around his shoulders was passing by. The wind boasted, "Using my strength, I can make that man take off the cloak." The sun agreed. The wind blew hard. The man felt so cold that he clasped his cloak round his body as tightly as possible. Now it was the turn of the sun, which shone very hot indeed. The man felt so hot that he at once removed the cloak from his body. Seeing the man taking off the cloak, the wind conceded defeat. Macavity, the mystery cat. Do you have a pet cat? Have you ever noticed anything mysterious about it? It's not easy to say whether every cat is a mystery, but Macavity is one for sure. What is it that makes him a perfect mystery cat? Read the poem and find out. Macavity is a mystery cat. He's called the hidden paw, for he's the master criminal who can defy the law. He's the bafflement of Scotland Yard, the flying squad's despair, for when they reach the scene of crime, Macavity's not there. Macavity, Macavity, there's no one like Macavity. He's broken every human law. He breaks the law of gravity. His powers of levitation would make a fakir stare. And when you reach the scene of crime, Macavity is not there. You may seek him in the basement, you may look up in the air, but I tell you once and once again, Macavity is not there. Macavity's a ginger cat. He's very tall and thin. You would know him if you saw him, for his eyes are sunken in. His brow is deeply lined with thought. His head is highly domed. His coat is dusty from neglect. His whiskers are uncombed. He sways his head from side to side with movements like a snake. And when you think he's half asleep, he's always wide awake. Macavity, Macavity, there's no one like Macavity, for he is a fiend in feline shape, a monster of depravity. You may meet him in a by-street, you may see him in the square, but when a crime's discovered, then Macavity is not there. T.S. Eliot. T.S. Eliot. Glossary. Defy, disobey, or resist openly. Scotland Yard, the headquarters of the London Police Force. Flying squad, a group of police or soldiers ready to move into action quickly. Levitation, floating in the air without support. Fiend, devil. Feline, of or relating to a cat. Depravity, moral corruption. Working with the poem. 1. Read the first stanza and think. 1. Is Macavity a cat really? 2. If not, who can Macavity be? 2. Complete the following sentences. 1. A master criminal is one who dash. 2. The Scotland Yard is baffled because dash. 3. Dash because Macavity moves much faster than them. 3. A cat, I'm sure, could walk on a cloud without coming through. Jules Verne. Which law is Macavity breaking in the light of the comment above? 4. Read stanza 3 and then describe Macavity in 2 or 3 sentences of your own. 5. Say false or true for each of the following statements. 1. Macavity is not an ordinary cat. 2. Macavity cannot do what a fakir can easily do. 3. Macavity has supernatural powers. 4. Macavity is well-dressed, smart and bright. 5. Macavity is a spy, a trickster and a criminal all rolled in one. 6. Having read the poem, try to guess whether the poet is fond of cats. If so, why does he call Macavity a fiend and monster? 7. Has the poet used exaggeration for special effect? Find a few examples of it and Read those lines aloud. Rick, what did Papa Firefly tell Mama Firefly? Hick, I don't know. Rick, isn't our child bright for his age? Mary, why isn't a nose 12 inches long? Joe, I don't know. Why? Mary, because if it was 12 inches long, it would be a foot. Anita, I got 100 in school today. Mother, that's wonderful. What did you get 100 in? Anita, 40 in maths and 60 in English. Honeydew. 4. Bipin Chowdhury's Loss of Memory. Before you read, do you have a good memory? Has your memory ever played any tricks on you? Forgetfulness often puts you in a tight spot, but forgetting a part of your life completely may drive you crazy. In this story, Bipin Babu goes nearly crazy because he cannot recollect his stay at Ranchi. He has never been to Ranchi, he insists, though there are many witnesses to the contrary. What is the suspense all about? 1. Every Monday, on his way back from work, Bipin Chowdhury would drop in at Kalicharan's in New Market to buy books, crime stories, ghost stories, and thrillers. He had to buy at least 5 at a time to last him through the week. He lived alone, was not a good mixer, had few friends, and didn't like spending time in idle chat. Today at Kalicharan's, Bipin Babu had the feeling that someone was observing him from close quarters. He turned round and found himself looking at a round-faced, meek-looking man who now broke into a smile. I don't suppose you recognize me. Have we met before? Asked Bipin Babu. The man looked greatly surprised. We met every day for a whole week. I arranged for a car to take you to the Hudru Falls. Meanings: idle chat, unnecessary routine conversation, meek, quiet, humble. In 1958, in Ranchi, my name is Parimal Ghosh. Ranchi? Now Bipin Babu realized that it was not he but this man who was making a mistake. Bipin Babu had never been to Ranchi. He had been at the point of going several times but never made it. He smiled and said, Do you know who I am? The man raised his eyebrows, bit his tongue and said, Do I know you? Who doesn't know Bipin Chowdhury? Bipin Babu now turned towards the bookshelves and said, Still you're making a mistake. One often does. I've never been to Ranchi. The man now laughed aloud. What are you saying, Mr. Chowdhury? You had a fall in Hudru and cut your right knee. I brought you iodine. I had fixed up a car for you to go to Netarhat the next day, but you couldn't because of the pain in the knee. Can't you recall anything? Someone else you know was also in Ranchi at that time, Mr. Dinesh Mukherjee. You stayed in a bungalow. You said you didn't like hotel food and would prefer to have your meals cooked by a bawarchi. Mr. Mukherjee stayed with his sister. You had a big argument about the moon landing, remember? I'll tell you more. You always carried a bag with your books in it on your sightseeing trips. Am I right or not? Bipin Babu spoke quietly, his eyes still on the books. Which month in 58 are you talking about? The man said, October. No, sir, said Bipin Babu. I spent puja in 58 with a friend in Kanpur. You're making a mistake. Good day. But the man didn't go, nor did he stop talking. Very strange. One evening I had tea with you in a veranda of your bungalow. You spoke about your family. You said you had no children and that you had lost your wife 10 years ago. Your only brother had died insane, which is why you didn't want to visit the mental hospital in Ranchi." When Bipin Babu had paid for the books and was leaving the shop, the man was still looking at him in utter disbelief. Comprehension check. 1. Why did the man stare at Bipin Babu in disbelief? 2. Where did Bipin Babu say he went in October 58? 3. Mention any 3 or more Parimal Ghosh knew about Bipin Babu. 2. Bipin Babu's car was safely parked in Bertram Street by the Lighthouse Cinema. He told the driver as he got into the car, "Just drive by the Ganga, will you, Sitaram?" Driving up the Strand Road, Bipin Babu regretted having paid so much attention to the intruder. He had never been to Ranchi, no question about it. It was inconceivable that he should forget such an incident which took place only 6 or 7 years ago. He had an excellent memory. Meanings: utter disbelief, complete surprise. His head reeled, he was shocked and confused. Unless Bipin Babu's head reeled. Was he losing his mind? But how could that be? He was working daily in his office. It was a big firm and he was doing a responsible job. He wasn't aware of anything ever going seriously wrong. Only today he spoke for half an hour at an important meeting, and yet the man knew a great deal about him. How? He even seemed to know some intimate details. The bag of books, wife's death, brother's insanity. The only mistake was about his having gone to Ranchi. Not a mistake, a deliberate lie. In 58, during the pujas, he was in Kanpur at his friend Haridas Bagchi's place. All Bipin Babu had to do was write to... No, there was no way of writing to Haridas. Bipin Babu suddenly remembered that Haridas had left with his wife for Japan some weeks ago, and he didn't have his address. But where was the need for proof? He himself was fully aware that he hadn't been to Ranchi, and that was that. The river breeze was bracing, and yet a slight discomfort lingered in Bipin Babu's mind. Around Hastings, Bipin Babu decided to roll up his trousers and take a look at his right knee. There was the mark of an old inch-long cut. It was impossible to tell when the injury had occurred. Meanings: losing his mind, becoming mad, intimate, very personal and private, bracing, stimulating. Had he never had a fall as a boy and cut his knee? He tried to recall such an incident but couldn't. Then Bipin Babu suddenly thought of Dinesh Mukherjee. The man had said that Dinesh was in Ranchi at the same time. The best thing surely would be to ask him. He lived quite near, in Beni Nandan Street. What about going right now? But then, if he had really never been to Ranchi, what would Dinesh think if Bipin Babu asked for a confirmation? He would probably conclude Bipin Babu was going nuts. No, it would be ridiculous to ask him. And he knew how ruthless Dinesh's sarcasm could be. Sipping a cold drink in his air-conditioned living room, Bipin Babu felt at ease again. Such a nuisance. Just because they have nothing else to do, they go about getting into other people's hair. After dinner, snuggling in bed with one of the new thrillers, Bipin Babu forgot all about the man in Newmarket. Next day, in the office, Bipin Babu noticed that with every passing hour, the previous day's encounter was occupying more and more of his mind. If the man knew so much about Bipin Babu, how could he make such a mistake about the Ranchi trip? Just before lunch, Bipin Babu decided to ring up Dinesh Mukherjee. It was better to settle the question over the phone. At least the embarrassment on his face wouldn't show. 2355616. Bipin Babu dialed the number. Hello? Is that Dinesh? This is Bipin here. Well, what's the news? I just wanted to find out if you recalled an incident which took place in 58. Meanings: going nuts, going mad or crazy, getting into people's hair, interfering with and annoying people. 58. What incident? Were you in Calcutta right through that year? That's the first thing I've got to know. Wait, just a minute. 58. Just let me check in my diary. For a minute there was silence. Bipin Babu could feel that his heartbeat had gone up. He was sweating a little. Hello? Yes. I've got it. I'd been out twice. Where? Once in February, nearby to Krishnanagar to a nephew's wedding, and then, but you'd know about this one, the trip to Ranchi. You were there too, that's all. But what's all this sleuthing about? No, I just wanted to. Anyway, thanks. Bipin Babu slammed the receiver down and gripped his head with his hands. He felt his head swimming. A chill seemed to spread over his body. There were sandwiches in his tiffin box, but he didn't eat them. He had lost his appetite. Comprehension check. 1. Why did Bipin Babu worry about what a Parimal Ghosh had said? 2. How did he try to decide who was right, his memory or Parimal Ghosh? 3. Why did Bipin Babu hesitate to visit Mr. Mukherjee? Why did he finally decide to phone him? 4. What did Mr. Mukherjee say? Did it comfort Bipin Babu or add to his worries? 3. After lunchtime, Bipin Babu realized that he couldn't possibly carry on sitting at his desk and working. This had never happened in the 25 years he had been with the firm. Meanings: sleuthing, investigating an event. Carry on, continue. He had a reputation for being a tireless, conscientious worker, but today his head was in a whirl. Back home at 2:30, Bipin Babu lay down in bed and tried to gather his wits together. He knew that it was possible to lose one's memory through an injury in the head, but he didn't know of a single instance of someone remembering everything except one particular incident, and a fairly recent and significant one at that. He had always wanted to go to Ranchi. To have gone there, done things, and not to remember was something utterly impossible. At 7:30, Bipin Babu's servant came and announced, "Chuni Babu, sirs, it says it's very important." Bipin Babu knew what Chuni had come for. Chunilal had been at school with him. He had been having a rough time lately and had been coming to see him about a job. Bipin Babu knew it was not possible to do anything for him, and in fact told him so, but Chuni kept turning up like a bad penny. Bipin Babu sent word that not only was it not possible for him to see Chuni now, but not in several weeks. But as soon as the servant stepped out of the room, it struck Bipin Babu that Chuni might remember something about the 58 trip. There was no harm in asking him. Bipin Babu hurried down the stairs and into the living room. Chuni was about to leave, but seeing Bipin Babu appear, he turned round hopefully. Bipin Babu didn't beat about the bush. "Listen, Chuni, I want to ask you something. You have a good memory, and you have been seeing me off and on for a long time. Just throw your mind back and tell me, did I go to Ranchi in 58? Chuni said, 58? It must have been 58, or was it 59? Meanings: conscientious, careful and correct. Head was in a whirl. Here, confused and unable to think clearly. Gather his wits together, make an effort to become calm and think clearly. Having a rough time, having a lot of problems. Turning up like a bad penny, appearing at a place where one is not welcome. Didn't beat about the bush, came straight to the point. Off and on, now and then. Throw your mind back, think back and recall a past event. You're sure that I did go to Ranchi? Chuni's look of amazement was not unmixed with worry. Do you mean you have doubts about having gone at all? Did I go? Do you remember clearly? Chuni sat down on the sofa, fixed Bipin Babu with a long, hard stare and said, Bipin, have you taken to drugs or something? As far as I know, you had a clean record where such things were concerned. I know that old friendships don't mean much to you, but at least you had a good memory. You can't really mean that you've forgotten about the Ranchi trip. Bipin Babu had to turn away from Chuni's incredulous stare. Do you remember what my last job was? Asked Chunilal. Of course, you worked in a travel agency. You remember that, and you don't remember that it was I who fixed up your railway booking for Ranchi. I went to the station to see you off. One of the fans in your compartment was not working. I got an electrician to fix it. Have you forgotten everything? Whatever it is the matter with you, you don't look too well, you know. Bipin Babu sighed and shook his head. I've been working too hard, he said at last. That must be the reason. Must see about consulting a specialist. Doubtless it was Bipin's condition which made Chunilal leave without mentioning anything about a job. Paresh Chanda was a young physician with a pair of bright eyes and a sharp nose. He became thoughtful when he heard about Bipin Babu's symptoms. Look, Dr. Chanda, said Bipin Babu desperately, you must cure me of this horrible illness. I can't tell you how it's affecting my work. Meanings. Must see about consulting. Here, may have to consult. Dr. Chanda shook his head. You know what, Mr. Chowdhury, he said, I've never had to deal with a case such as yours. Frankly, this is quite outside my field of experience, but I have one suggestion. I don't know if it will work, but it's worth a try. It can do no harm. Bipin Babu leaned forward anxiously. As far as I can make out, said Dr. Chanda, and I think you're of the same opinion, you must have been to Ranchi, but due to some unknown reason, the entire episode has slipped out of your mind. What I suggest is that you go to Ranchi once again. The sight of the place may remind you of your trip. This is not impossible. More than that, I cannot do at the moment. I am prescribing a nerve tonic and a tranquilizer. Sleep is essential, or the symptoms will get more pronounced. Bipin Babu felt somewhat better the next morning. After breakfast, he rang up his office, gave some instructions, and then procured a first-class ticket for Ranchi for the same evening. Comprehension check. 1. Who was Chunilal? What did he want from Bipin Babu? 2. Why was Dr. Chanda puzzled? What was unusual about Bipin Babu's loss of memory? 4. Getting off the train at Ranchi next morning, he realized at once that he had never been there before. He came out of the station, took a taxi, and drove around town for a while. He realized that the streets, the buildings, the hotels, the bazaars, the Morabadi hill, with none of these had he the slightest acquaintance. Would a trip to the Hudru Falls help? He didn't believe so, but at the same time he didn't wish to leave with the feeling that he hadn't tried enough. So he arranged for a car and left for Hudru in the afternoon. Meanings. Tranquilizer, a medicine to reduce stress and anxiety. Procured, got with a little difficulty. At 5 o'clock the same afternoon, in Hudru, 2 Gujarati gentlemen from a group of picnickers discovered Bipin Babu lying unconscious beside a boulder. When he came around, the first thing Bipin Babu said was, I'm finished. There's no hope left. Next morning, Bipin Babu was back in Calcutta. He realized that there was truly no hope for him. Soon he would lose everything, his will to work, his confidence, his ability, his balance of mind. Was he going to end up in the asylum at... Bipin Babu couldn't think any more. Back home, he rang up Dr. Chanda and asked him to come over. Then, after a shower, he got into bed with an ice bag clamped on his head. Just then the servant brought him a letter which someone had left in the letter box, a greenish envelope with his name in red ink on it. Above the name it said, "Urgent and confidential." In spite of his condition, Bipin Babu had a feeling that he ought to go through the letter. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. This is what he read. Meanings: came around, regained consciousness. Dear Bipin, I had no idea that affluence would bring about the kind of change in you that it has done. Was it so difficult for you to help out an old friend down on his luck? I have no money, so my resources are limited. What I have is imagination, a part of which are used in retribution of your unfeeling behavior. Well, you'll be all right again now. A novel I have written is being considered by a publisher. If he likes it enough, it'll see me through the next few months. Yours, Chunilal. When Dr. Chanda came, Bipin Babu said, "I'm fine. It all came back as soon as I got off the train at Ranchi." "A unique case," said Dr. Chanda. "I shall certainly write about it in a medical journal." "The reason why I sent for you," said Bipin Babu, "is that I have pain in the hip from a fall I had in Ranchi. If you could prescribe a painkiller." Written by Satyajit Ray. Comprehension check. Had Bipin Babu really lost his memory and forgotten all about a trip to Ranchi? 2. Why do you think Chunilal did what he did? Chunilal says he has no money. What is it that he does have? Working with the text. 1. The author describes Bipin Babu as a serious and hard-working man. What evidence can you find in the story to support this? 2. Why did Bipin Babu change his mind about meeting Chunilal? What was the result of this meeting? 3. Bipin Babu lost consciousness at Hudru Falls. What do you think was the reason for this? 4. How do you think Bipin Babu reacted when he found out that Chunilal had tricked him? Meanings: in retribution of, as a punishment for. Working with language. 1. Look at these two sentences. He had to buy at least 5 books to last him through the week. Bipin had to ask Chuni to leave. Had to is used to show that it was very important or necessary for Bipin Babu to do something. He had no choice. We can also use have to, has to in the same way. Fill in the blanks below using had to or have to or has to. I dash cut my hair every month. 2. We dash go for swimming lessons last year. 3. She dash tell the principal the truth. 4. They dash take the baby to the doctor. 5. We dash complain to the police about the noise. 6. Romit dash finish his homework before he could come out to play. 7. I dash repair my cycle yesterday. 2. Here are a few idioms that you will find in the story. Look for them in the dictionary in the following way. First, arrange them in the order in which you would find them in a dictionary. Clue. An idiom is usually listed under the first noun, verb, adjective, or adverb in it. Ignore articles or prepositions in the idiom. To help you, We have put in bold the word under which you must look for the idiom in the dictionary. 1. At or from close quarters. Close in bold. Close, adjective. 2. Break into a smile. Break, verb, look under, break into something. 3. Carry on. Carry, verb. 4. Have a clean record. You may find related meanings under both these words, clean and record. 5. Beat about the bush. Verb. Word, beat. Now refer to your dictionary and find out what they mean. 3. Study the sentences in the columns below. Column A. I saw this movie yesterday. Bipin Babu worked here for a week last year. Chunilal wrote to a publisher last week. I visited Ranchi once long ago. Column B. I have seen this movie already. Bipin Babu has worked here since 2003. Chunilal has written to a publisher. I have visited Ranchi once before. Compare the sentences in the two columns, especially the verb forms. Answer the following questions about each pair of sentences. 1. Which column tells us that Bipin Babu is still working at the same place? 2. Which column suggests that Chunilal is now waiting for a reply from the publisher? 3. Which column suggests that the person still remembers the movie he saw? 4. Which column suggests that the experience of visiting Ranchi is still fresh in the speaker's mind? 4. Given below are jumbled sentences. Working in groups, rearrange the words in each sentence to form correct sentences. You will find that each sentence contains an idiomatic expression that you have come across in the lesson. Underline the idiom and write down its meaning. Then use your dictionary to check the meaning. One sentence has been worked out for you as an example. Jumbled sentence: vanished, the car, seemed to, into thin, have air. Answer: the car seemed to have vanished into thin air. Idiom: vanished into thin air. Disappeared or vanished in a mysterious way. 1. Stop and tell me. Beating about. What you want. The bush. Answer: an idiom. 2. Don't pay. If with a capital I. Attention. You might. The wrong train. To the announcement board. 3. The villagers, capital T, tried the crime on the young woman to pin. 4. Bipin Babu orders to, telling people, under, loved, doctors, eat early, that he was. 5. The students, the teacher, capital T for the, his eyebrows, when, said that, all their lessons, raised, they had revised. Speaking and writing. 1. What do you think happened after Bipin Babu came to know the truth? Was he angry with his friend for playing such a trick on him? Or do you think he decided to help a friend in need? 2. Imagine you are Bipin Chowdhury. You have received Chunilal's letter and feel ashamed that you did not bother to help an old friend down on his luck. Now you want to do something for him. Write a letter to Chunilal promising to help him soon. Or, a prank is a childish trick. Do you remember an incident when someone played a prank on you or your friends? Describe the prank in a paragraph. There was an old woman who lived under a hill, and if she's not gone, she lives there still. Next, the last bargain. A bargain is an agreement in which both parties promise to do something for each other. Someone is looking for work, waiting to be hired. He strikes a bargain but thinks it's worthless. He tries twice again but doesn't like either. Finally, in the last bargain, when he is hired for nothing whatever, he is happy as never before. What is the bargain, and why is it the best? "Come and hire me," I cried, while in the morning I was walking on the stone-paved road. Sword in hand, the king came in his chariot. He held my hand and said, "I will hire you with my power." But his power counted for naught, and he went away in his chariot. In the heat of the midday, the houses stood with shut doors. I wandered along the crooked lane. An old man came out with his bag of gold. He pondered and said, "I will hire you with my money." He weighed his coins one by one, but I turned away. It was evening. The garden hedge was all aflower. The fair maid came out and said, "I will hire you with a smile." Her smile paled and melted into tears, and she went back alone into the dark. The sun glistened on the sand, and the sea waves broke waywardly. A child sat playing with shells. He raised his head and seemed to know me and said, "I hire you with nothing." From henceforward, that bargain stuck in child's play made me a free man. Rabindranath Tagore. Working with the poem. 1. Who's the speaker in the poem? 2. The king sword in hand suggests 1. Wealth, 2. Power, 3. More power than wealth. Mark the appropriate item in the context of stanza 1. 3. The old man offered the speaker a lot of money. Why did he turn down the offer? 4. Find in the poem lines that match the following. Read both one after another. 1. I have nothing to give you except goodwill and cheer. 2. Her happiness was no more than sorrow in disguise. 3. The king's might was not worth much. 5. How did the speaker feel after talking to the child on the beach? Honeydew 5. The Summit Within. Before you read, Major H.P.S. Ahluwalia was a member of the first successful Indian expedition to Mount Everest in 1965. How did he feel when he stood on the highest point in the world? Let's hear his story in his words. Climbing the summit, and then the more difficult task of climbing the summit within. Of all the emotions which surged through me as I stood on the summit of Everest, looking over miles of panorama below us, the dominant one, I think, was humility. The physical in me seemed to say, "Thank God it's all over." However, instead of being jubilant, there was a tinge of sadness. Was it because I already had done the ultimate in climbing, and there would be nothing higher to climb, and all roads hereafter would lead down? By climbing the summit of Everest, you are overwhelmed by a deep sense of joy and thankfulness. It's a joy which lasts a lifetime. The experience changes you completely. The man who has been to the mountains is never the same again. As I look back at life after climbing Everest, I cannot help remarking about the other summit, the summit of the mind, no less formidable and no easier to climb. Meaning surged, arose suddenly and intensely. Panorama, view of a wide area. Jubilant, very happy because of success. Tinge, trace or shade. Even when getting down from the summit, once the physical exhaustion had gone, I began asking myself the question why I had climbed Everest. Why did the act of reaching the summit have such a hold on my imagination? It was already a thing of the past, something done yesterday. With every passing day, it would become more remote. And then, what would remain? Would my memories fade slowly away? All these thoughts led me to question myself as to why people climb mountains. It's not easy to answer the question. The simplest answer would be, as others have said, because it is there. It presents great difficulties. Man takes delight in overcoming obstacles. The obstacles in climbing a mountain are physical. A climb to a summit means endurance, persistence, and willpower. The demonstration of these physical qualities is no doubt exhilarating, as it was for me also. I have a more personal answer to the question. From my childhood, I have been attracted by mountains. I had been miserable, lost when away from mountains in the plains. Mountains are nature at its best. Their beauty and majesty pose a great challenge, and like many, I believe that mountains are a means of communion with God. Once having granted this, the question remains, why Everest? Because it's the highest, the mightiest, and has defied many previous attempts. It takes the last ounce of one's energy. It's a brutal struggle with rock and ice. Once taken up, it cannot be given up halfway, even when one's life is at stake. The passage back is as difficult as the passage onwards. And then when the summit is climbed, there is the exhilaration, the joy of having done something, the sense of a battle fought and won. There is a feeling of victory and happiness. Glimpsing a peak in the distance, I get transported to another world. I experience a change within myself. Meanings: exhaust, fatigue, tiredness, exhilarating, very exciting. Communion, state or feeling of close relationship. Defied, frustrated, resisted. I experience a change within myself which can only be called mystical. By its beauty, aloofness, might, ruggedness, and the difficulties encountered on the way, the peak draws me to it, as Everest did. It's a challenge that's difficult to resist. Looking back, I find that I have not yet fully explained why I climbed Everest. It's like answering a question why you breathe. Why do you help your neighbor? Why do you want to do good acts? There's no final answer possible. And then there is the fact that Everest is not just a physical climb. The man who's been to the mountain top becomes conscious in a spiritual manner of his own smallness in this large universe. The physical conquest of a mountain is only one part of the achievement. There's more to it than that. It's followed by a sense of fulfillment. There's the satisfaction of a deep urge to rise above one's surroundings. It's the eternal love for adventure in man. The experience is not merely physical, it is emotional, it is spiritual. Consider a typical climb towards the summit on the last heights. You're sharing a rope with another climber. You firm in. He cuts the steps in the hard ice. Then he belays and you inch your way up. The climb is grim. You strain every nerve as you take every step. Famous climbers have left records of the help given by others. They've also recorded how they needed just that help. Else they might have given up. Breathing is difficult. You curse yourself for having let yourself in for this. You wonder why you ever undertook the ascent. There are moments when you feel like going back. It would be sheer relief to go down instead of up, but almost at once you snap out of that mood. There's something in you that does not let you give up the struggle. Meanings: mystical, spiritual. Firm in, make yourself firm. Belays, fixes a rope. Ascent, climb. And you go on. Your companion keeps up with you. Just another 50 feet, or 100 maybe. You ask yourself, is there no end? You look at your companion and he looks at you. You draw inspiration from each other, and then, without first being aware of it, you are at the summit. Looking around from the summit, you tell yourself that it was worthwhile. Other silvery peaks appear through the clouds. If you are lucky, the sun may be on them. The surrounding peaks look like a jeweled necklace around the neck of your summit. Below, you see vast valleys sloping into the distance. It's an ennobling, enriching experience to just look down from the summit of a mountain. You bow down and make your obeisance to whichever god you worship. I left on Everest a picture of Guru Nanak. Rawat left a picture of goddess Durga. Fudorji left a relic of the Buddha. Edmund Hillary had buried a cross under a cane, a heap of rocks and stones in the snow. These are not symbols of conquest, but of reverence. The experience of having climbed to the summit changes you completely. There is another summit. It is within yourself. It is in your own mind. Each man carries within himself his own mountain peak. He must climb it to reach to a fuller knowledge of himself. It is fearful and unscalable. It cannot be climbed by anyone else. You yourself have to do it. The physical act of climbing to the summit of a mountain outside is akin to the act of climbing the mountain within. Meaning, make your obeisance, show your obedience or submission. The effects of both the climbs are the same, whether the mountain you climb is physical or emotional and spiritual. The climb will certainly change you. It teaches you much about the world and about yourself. I venture to think that my experience as an Everester has provided me with the inspiration to face life's ordeals resolutely. Climbing the mountain was a worthwhile experience. The conquest of the internal summit is equally worthwhile. The internal summits are perhaps higher than Everest. H.P.S. Ahluwalia. Meanings: ordeals, painful experiences. Resolutely, with determination or firmness. Comprehension check. 1. Standing on Everest, the writer was 1. Overjoyed, 2. Very sad, 3. Jubilant and sad. Choose the right item. 2. The emotion that gripped him was one of 1. Victory over hurdles, 2. Humility and a sense of smallness, 3. Greatness and self-importance, 4. Joy of discovery. Choose the right item. 3. The summit of the mind refers to 1. Great intellectual achievements, 2. The process of maturing mentally and spiritually, 3. Overcoming personal ambition for common welfare, 4. Living in the world of thought and imagination, 5. The triumph of mind over worldly pleasures for a noble cause, 6. A fuller knowledge of oneself. Mark the items not relevant. Working with the text. 1. Answer the following questions. 1. What are the 3 qualities that played a major role in the author's climb? 2. Why is adventure, which is risky, also pleasurable? 3. What was it about Mount Everest that the author found irresistible? 4. One does not do it, climb a high peak, for fame alone. What does one do it for, really? 5. He becomes conscious in a special manner of his own smallness in this large universe. This awareness defines an emotion mentioned in the first paragraph. Which is the emotion? 6. What were the symbols of reverence left by members of the team on Everest? 7. What, according to the writer, did his experience as an Everester teach him? 2. Write a sentence against each of the following statements. Your sentence should explain the statement. You can pick out sentences from the text and rewrite them. The first one has been done for you. 1. The experience changes you completely. One who has been to the mountains is never the same again. 2. Man takes delight in overcoming obstacles. 3. Mountains are nature at its best. 4. The going was difficult, but the after effects were satisfying. 5. The physical conquest of a mountain is really a spiritual experience. Working with language. 1. Look at the italicized phrases and their meanings given in brackets. Mountains are nature at its best. At its best in italics. Nature's best form and appearance. Your life is at risk. At risk in italics. In danger, you run the risk of losing your life. He was at his best or worst. At his best or worst in italics in the last meeting. It was his best or worst performance. Fill in the blanks in the following dialogues, choosing suitable phrases from those given in the box. At hand, box. At once, at all, at a low ebb, at first sight. Sentences. 1. Teacher. You were away from school without permission. Go to the principal dash and submit your explanation. Pupil. Yes, madam. But would you help me write it first? 2. Arun. Are you unwell? Ela. No, not dash. Why do you ask? Arun. If you were unwell, I would send you to my uncle. He is a doctor. 3. Mary. Almost every Indian film has an episode of love dash. David. Is that what makes them so popular in foreign countries? 4. Asif. You look depressed. Why are your spirits dash today? Use such in the phrase. Ashok. I have to write 10 sentences using words that I have never heard before. 5. Sheba. Your big moment is close dash. Jyoti. How should I welcome it? Sheba. Get up and receive the trophy. 2. Write the noun forms of the following words adding ANCA or ENCA to each. 1. Endure. 2. Persist. 3. Signify. 4. Confide. 5. Maintain. 6. Abhor. 3. 1. Match words under A with their meanings under B. A. Remote, means, dominant, formidable, overwhelmed. B. Difficult to overcome, most prominent, be overcome or overpowered. Methods, far away from. 2. Fill in the blanks in the sentences below with appropriate words from under A. A. There were dash obstacles on the way, but we reached our destination safely. B. We have no dash of finding out what happened there. C. Why he lives in a house dash from any town or village is more than I can tell. Dash by gratitude we bow to the speaker for his valuable advice. D. Dash by gratitude we bow to the speaker for his valuable advice. E. The old castle stands in a dash position above the sleepy town. Speaking and writing. Write a composition describing a visit to the hills or any place which you found beautiful and inspiring. Before writing, work in small groups, discuss the points given below and decide if you want to use some of these points in your composition. Consider this sentence. Mountains are a means of communion with God. Think of the act of worshipping or prayer. You believe yourself to be in the presence of the divine power. In a way, you are in communion with that power. Imagine the climber on top of the summit, the height attained, limitless sky above, the climber's last ounce of energy spent, feelings of gratitude, humility, and peace. The majesty of the mountains does bring you close to nature and the spirit and joy that lives there if you have the ability to feel it. Some composition may be read aloud to the entire class afterwards. The schoolboy. The schoolboy in the poem is not a happy child. What makes him unhappy? Why does he compare himself to a bird that lives in a cage or a plant that withers when it should blossom? I love to rise in a summer morn, when the birds sing on every tree, the distant huntsman winds his horn, and the skylark sings with me. Oh, what sweet company! But to go to school in a summer morn, oh, it drives all joy away. Under a cruel eye outworn, the little ones spend the day in sighing and dismay. Ah, then at times I drooping sit, and spend many an anxious hour. Nor in my book can I take delight, nor sit in learning's bower, worn through with the dreary shower. How can the bird that's born for joy sit in a cage and sing? How can a child, when fears annoy, but droop his tender wing and forget his youthful spring? O father and mother, if buds are nipped and blossoms blown away, and if the tender plants are stripped of their joy in the springing day by sorrow and care's dismay, how shall the summer rise in joy, or the summer fruits appear? William Blake. Glossary. Nipped. To nip something in the bud is to stop or destroy it at an early age of its development. Stripped. Stripped. Plants stripped of joy if joy is taken away from plants. Working with the poem. 1. Find 3 or 4 words, phrases in stanza 1 that reflect the child's happiness and joy. 2. In stanza 2, the mood changes. Which words or phrases reflect the changed mood? 3. A cruel eye outworn, stanza 2, refers to 1. The classroom which is shabby or noisy. 2. The lessons which are difficult or uninteresting. 3. The dull, uninspiring life at school with lots of work and no play. Mark the answer that you consider right. 4. Nor sit in learning's bower, worn through with the dreary shower. Which of the following is a close paraphrase of the lines above? 1. Nor can I sit in a roofless classroom when it's raining. 2. Nor can I learn anything at school, though teachers go on lecturing and explaining. 3. Nor can I sit in the school garden for fear of getting wet in the rain. Read the following poem and compare it with The Schoolboy. The One Furrow. When I was young, I went to school with pencil and foot rule, sponge and slate, and sat on a tall stool at learning's gate. When I was older, the gate swung wide, clever and keen-eyed. In I pressed, but found in the mind's pride no peace, no rest. Then who was it taught me back to go to cattle and barrow, field and plough, to keep to the one furrow, as I do now? R. S. Thomas. The other way round. Quicksand works slowly. There is no egg in eggplant, no ham in hamburger, and neither apple nor pine in pineapple. Boxing rings are square. There are noses that run and feet that smell. Honeydew. 6. This is Jody's fawn. Before you read, often instead of rushing to the doctor to treat a small cut or burn, we find quick and effective cures using things available at home. Can you think of some such home remedies for a cut on your knee, a burn on your arm, a bee sting? In this story, Jody's father has been bitten by a rattlesnake. He quickly kills a doe and uses its heart and liver to draw out the poison. Jody wonders what will happen to the little fawn left without a mother. 1. Jody allowed his thoughts to drift back to the fawn. He could not keep it out of his mind. He had held it in his dreams, in his arms. He slipped from the table and went to his father's bedside. Penny lay at rest. His eyes were open and clear, but the pupils were still dark and dilated. Jody said, "How are you feeling, Pa?" "Just fine, son. Old Death has gone thieving elsewhere. But wasn't it a close shave?" "I agree," Penny said. "I'm proud of you, boy, the way you kept your head and did what was needed." Meanings: drift back to, go back to. Dilated, enlarged. A close shave, a narrow escape. Kept your head, stayed calm in a difficult situation. "Pa." "Yes, son." "Pa, do you recollect the doe and the fawn?" "I can never forget them. The poor doe saved me, that's certain." "Pa, the fawn may be out there yet. It might be hungry and very scared." "I suppose so. Pa, I'm a big boy now and don't need to drink milk. Why don't I go and see if I can find the fawn?" "And bring it here?" "And raise it." Penny lay quiet, staring at the ceiling. "Boy, you've got me hemmed in." "It won't take much to raise it, Pa. It'll soon start eating leaves and acorns." "You're smarter than boys of your age." "We took its mother, and it wasn't to blame. Surely it seems ungrateful to leave it to starve. Son, I can't say no to you. I never thought I'd live to see another day." Meanings: hemmed in here, caught in a situation where one can't say no. Acorns, small brown nuts. "Can I ride back with Millwheel and see if I can find it?" "Tell your ma I said you can go." He sidled back to the table and sat down. His mother was pouring coffee for everyone. He said, "Ma, Pa says I can go bring back the fawn." She held the coffee pot in midair. "What fawn?" "The fawn belonging to the doe we killed. We used the doe's liver to draw out the poison and save Pa." She gasped. "Well, for pity's sake." "Pa says it would be ungrateful to leave it to starve." Doc Wilson said, "That's right, ma'am. Nothing in the world comes quite free. The boy's right and his daddy's right." Millville said, "He can ride back with me. I'll help him find it." She set down the pot helplessly. "Well, if you'll give it your milk, we've got nothing else to feed it." Millville said, "Come on, boy. We've got to get riding." Ma Baxter asked anxiously, "You'll not be gone long?" Jody said, I'll be back before dinner for sure. Millville mounted his horse and pulled Jody up behind him. He said to Millville, "Do you think the fawn's still there? Will you help me find him? We'll find him if he's alive. How you know it's a he?" Meanings, Saddleback walked back quietly, trying not to be noticed. The spots were all in a line. On a doe fawn, Pa says the spots are every which way. Comprehension check. 1. What had happened to Jody's father? 2. How did the doe save Penny's life? 3. Why does Jody want to bring the fawn home? 4. How does Jody know that the fawn is a male? 2. Jody gave himself over to thoughts of the fawn. They passed the abandoned clearing. He said, "Cut to the north, Millville. It was up here that Pa got bitten by the snake and killed the doe, and I saw the fawn." Suddenly, Jody was unwilling to have Millville with him. If the fawn was dead or could not be found, he could not have his disappointment seen. And if the fawn was there, the meeting would be so lovely and so secret that he could not endure to share it. He said, "It's not far now, but the scrub is very thick for a horse. I can make it on foot. But I'm afraid to leave you, boy. Suppose you got lost or got bitten by the snake too." "I'll take care. It might take me a long time to find the fawn if he's wandered. Leave me off right here." "All right, but you take it easy now. You know north here and east? There and there. That tall pine makes a bearing. So long, Millville. I'm obliged." He waited for the sound of the hooves to end, then cut to the right. The scrub was still. Only his own crackling of twigs sounded across the silence. He wondered for an instant if he had mistaken his direction. Meanings, every which way, in different directions, makes a bearing, acts as a compass, and helps to identify directions. Then a buzzard rose in front of him and flapped into the air. He came into the clearing. Under the oaks, buzzards sat in a circle around the carcass of the doe. They turned their heads on their long, scrawny necks and hissed at him. He threw his bow at them, and they flew into an adjacent tree. The sand showed large cat prints, but the big cats killed afresh, and they had left the doe to the carrion birds. He parted the grass at the place where he had seen the fawn. It did not seem possible that it was only yesterday. The fawn was not there. He circled the clearing. There was no sound, no sign. The buzzards clacked their wings, impatient to return to their business. He returned to the spot where the fawn had emerged and dropped on all fours, studying the sand for the small hoof prints. The night's rain had washed away all tracks except those of cat and buzzards. Comprehension check. 1. Jody didn't want Millville with him for 2 reasons. What were they? 2. Why was Millville afraid to leave Jody alone? 3. Movement directly in front of him startled him so that he tumbled backward. The fawn lifted its face to his. It turned its head with a wide, wandering motion and shook him through with the stare of its liquid eyes. It was quivering. It made no effort to rise or run. Jody could not trust himself to move. He whispered, "It's me." The fawn lifted its nose, scenting him. He reached out one hand and laid it on the soft neck. The touch made him delirious. He moved forward on all fours until he was close beside it. He put his arms around its body. A light convulsion passed over it, but it did not stir. Meanings, buzzard, a large bird like the vulture that eats the flesh of dead animals. Adjacent, nearby, parted, moved or pushed aside. Quivering, shaking slightly, delirious here, extremely excited. Convulsion, Shiva. He stroked its sides as gently as though the fawn were a china deer, and he might break it. Its skin was very soft. It was sleek and clean and had a sweet scent of grass. He rose slowly and lifted the fawn from the ground. Its legs hung limply. They were surprisingly long, and he had to hoist the fawn as high as possible under his arm. He was afraid that it might kick and bleat at sight and smell of its mother. He skirted the clearing and pushed his way into the thicket. It was difficult to fight through with his burden. The fawn's legs caught in the bushes, and he could not lift his own with freedom. He tried to shield its face from prickling vines. Its head bobbed with his stride. His heart thumped with the marvel of its acceptance of him. He reached the trail and walked as fast as he could until he came to the intersection with the road home. He stopped to rest and set the fawn down on its dangling legs. It wavered on them. It looked at him and bleated. He said, enchanted, "I'll carry you after I get my breath." He remembered his father saying that a fawn would follow if it had been first carried. He started away slowly. The fawn stared after him. He came back to it and stroked it and walked away again. It took a few wobbling steps toward him and cried piteously. It was willing to follow him. It belonged to him. It was his own. He was light-headed with joy. He wanted to fondle it. Meanings: a china deer, a clay deer that is easily broken, sleek, smooth, and shiny. Hoist, pull up higher. Light-headed, unable to think clearly. To run and romp with it, to call to it to come to him. He dared not alarm it. He picked it up and carried it in front of him over his two arms. It seemed to him that he walked without effort. His arms began to ache, and he was forced to stop again. When he walked on, the fawn followed him at once. He allowed it to walk a little distance, then picked it up again. The distance home was nothing. He could have walked all day and into the night, carrying it and watching it follow. He was wet with sweat, but a light breeze blew through the June morning, cooling him. The sky was as clear as spring water in a blue china cup. He came to the clearing. It was fresh and green after the night's rain. He fumbled with the latch and was finally obliged to set down the fawn to manage it. Then he had an idea. He would walk into the house, into Penny's bedroom, with the fawn walking behind him. But at the steps the fawn balked and refused to climb them. He picked it up and went to his father. Penny lay with closed eyes. Jody called, "Pa, look." Penny turned his head. Jody stood beside him. The fawn clutched hard against him. It seemed to Penny that the boy's eyes were as bright as the fawn's. He said, "I'm glad you found him." Jody then went to the kitchen. The fawn wobbled after him. A pan of morning's milk stood in the kitchen safe. The cream had risen on it. He skimmed the cream into a jug. He poured milk into a small gourd. He held it out to the fawn. It buttered it suddenly, smelling the milk. He saved it precariously from spilling over the floor. It could make nothing of the milk in the gourd. He dipped his fingers in the milk and thrust them into the fawn's soft, wet mouth. It sucked greedily. When he withdrew them, it bleated frantically and butted him. He dipped his fingers again, and as the fawn sucked, he lowered them slowly into the milk. The fawn blew and sucked and snorted. Meanings: romp, play. Alarm, frighten. Balked, also balked, was unwilling to do something. It stamped its small hoofs impatiently. As long as he held his fingers below the level of the milk, the fawn was content. It closed its eyes dreamily. It was ecstasy to feel its tongue against his hand. Its small tail flicked back and forth. The last of the milk vanished in a swirl of foam and gurgling. Marjorie Kinnan Rawlings. Comprehension check. 1. How did Jody bring the fawn back home? 2. Jody was filled with emotion after he found the fawn. Can you find at least 3 words or phrases which show how he felt? 3. How did the deer drink milk from the goat? 4. Why didn't the fawn follow Jody up the steps as he had thought through it would? Why didn't the fawn follow Jody up the steps as he had thought it would? Working with the text. 1. Why did Penny Baxter allow Jody to go find the fawn and race it? 2. What did Doc Wilson mean when he said, "Nothing in the world ever comes quite free"? 3. How did Jody look after the fawn after he accepted the responsibility for doing this? 4. How does Jody's mother react when she hears that he is going to bring the fawn home? Why does she react in this way? Working with language. 1. Look at these pairs of sentences. Penny said to Jody, "Will you be back before dinner?" Penny asked Jody if he would be back before dinner. "How are you feeling, Pa?" asked Jody. Jody asked his father how he was feeling. Here are some questions in direct speech. Put them into reported speech. 1. Penny said, "Do you really want it, son?" 2. Millville said, "Will he ride back with me?" 3. He said to Millville, "Do you think the fawn is still there?" 4. He asked Millville, "Will you help me find him?" 5. He said, "Was it up here that Pa got bitten by the snake?" 2. Look at these 2 sentences. He tumbled backwards. It turned its head. The first sentence has an intransitive verb, a verb without an object. The second sentence has a transitive verb. It has a direct object. We can ask, what did it turn? You can answer, its head. It turned its head. Say whether the verb in each sentence below transitive or intransitive. Ask yourself a what question about the verb, as in the example above. For some verbs, the object is a person, so ask the question who instead of what. 1. Jody then went to the kitchen. 2. The fawn wobbled after him. 3. You found him. 4. He picked it up. 5. He dipped his fingers in the milk. 6. It bleated frantically and butted him. 7. The fawn sucked his fingers. 8. He lowered his fingers slowly into the milk. 9. It stamped its small hoofs impatiently. 10. He held his fingers below the level of the milk. 11. The fawn followed him. 12. He walked all day. 13. He stroked its sides. 14. The fawn lifted its nose. 15. Its legs hung limply. 3. Here are some words from the lesson. Working in groups, arrange them in the order in which they would appear in the dictionary. Write down some idioms and phrasal verbs connected to these words. Use the dictionary for more idioms and phrasal verbs. Close, draw, make, wonder, scrawny, parted, clearing, sweet, light, pick. Speaking. 1. Do you think it is right to kill an animal to save a human life? Give reasons for your answer. 2. Imagine you wake up one morning and find a tiny animal on your doorstep. You want to keep it as a pet, but your parents are not too happy about it. How would you persuade them to let you keep it? Discuss it in groups and present your arguments to the class. Writing. 1. Imagine you have a new pet that keeps you busy. Write a paragraph describing your pet. the things it does, and the way it makes you feel. Here are some words and phrases that you could use. Frisky, smart, disobedient, loyal, happy, enthusiastic, companion, sharing, friend, rolls in mud, dirties the bed, naughty, lively, playful, eats up food, hides the newspaper, drinks up milk, runs away when called, floats on the water as if dead. 2. Human life is dependent on nature. That's why we call her Mother Nature. We take everything from nature to live our lives. Do we give back anything to nature? 1. Write down some examples of the natural resources that we use. 2. Write a paragraph expressing your point of view regarding our relationship with nature. 3. In This is Jodi's Fawn, Jodi's father uses a home remedy for a snake bite. What should a person now do if he or she is bitten by a snake? Are all snakes poisonous? With the help of your teacher and others, find out answers to such questions. Then write a short paragraph on what to do if a snake chooses to bite you. The duck and the kangaroo. Two friends, the duck and the kangaroo, are about to set out on a long pleasure trip. The kangaroo, though happy to carry the duck all the way on the tip of his tail, is wary of her wet feet. What will the duck do to make the kangaroo feel comfortable over land and sea? Let's find out how they go about it. Said the duck to the kangaroo, "Good gracious, how you hop! Over the fields and the water too, as if you never would stop. My life is a bore in this nasty pond, and I long to go out in the world beyond. I wish I could hop like you," said the duck to the kangaroo. "Please give me a ride on your back," said the duck to the kangaroo. "I would sit quite still and say nothing but quack the whole of the long day through, and we would go to the Dee and the Jelly Bowlee, over the land and over the sea. Please take me on a ride." "Oh, do," said the duck to the kangaroo. Said the kangaroo to the duck, "This requires a little reflection. Perhaps on the whole it might bring me luck, and there seems but one objection, which is, if you let me speak so bold, your feet are unpleasantly wet and cold, and would probably give me the rheumatis," said the kangaroo. Said the duck, "As I sat on the rocks, I have thought over that completely, and I bought 4 pairs of worsted socks, which fit my web feet neatly. And to keep out the cold, I have bought a cloak, and every day a cigar I'll smoke, and to follow my own dear true love of a kangaroo." Said the kangaroo, "I am ready, all in the moonlight pale, but to balance me well, dear duck, sit steady and quiet at the end of my tail." So away they went with a hop and a bound, and they hopped the whole world 3 times round. And who's so happy, oh who, as the duck and the kangaroo? Edward Lear. Glossary: worsted socks, woolen socks. Working with the poem. 1. Taking words that come at the end of lines, write 5 pairs of rhyming words. Read each pair aloud. For example, pond, beyond. 2. Complete the dialogue. Duck: "Dear kangaroo, why don't you dash?" Kangaroo: "With pleasure, my dear duck, though dash." Duck: "That won't be a problem. I will dash." 3. The kangaroo does not want to catch rheumatism. Spot this word in stanza 3 and say why it is spelt differently. Why is it in 2 parts? Why does the second part begin with a capital letter? 4. Do you find the poem humorous? Read aloud lines that make you laugh. A February surprise. The trees are still asleep today and do not seem to know a storm came by last night and heaped their branches full of snow. See how they start up with surprise, as one by one they wake. Why, gracious me, they seem to say, and give themselves a shake. Ralph Marcelino. Honeydew, a visit to Cambridge. Chapter 7. Before you read, this is the story of a meeting between two extraordinary people, both of them disabled or differently abled, as we now say. Stephen Hawking is one of the greatest scientists of our time. He suffers from a form of paralysis that confines him to a wheelchair and allows him to speak only by punching buttons on a computer which speaks for him in a machine-like voice. Firdaus Kanga is a writer and journalist who lives and works in Mumbai. Kanga was born with brittle bones that tended to break easily when he was a child. Like Hawking, Kanga moves around in a wheelchair. The two great men exchange thoughts on what it means to live life in a wheelchair and on how the so-called normal people react to the disabled. Cambridge was my metaphor for England, and it was strange that when I left it, it had become altogether something else, because I had met Stephen Hawking there. It was on a walking tour through Cambridge that the guide mentioned Stephen Hawking. Poor man, who's quite disabled now, though he is a worthy successor to Isaac Newton, whose chair he has at the university. And I started because I had quite forgotten that this most brilliant and completely paralyzed astrophysicist, the author of A Brief History of Time, one of the biggest bestsellers ever, lived here. Meanings: astrophysicist, scholar of astrophysics, branch of physics dealing with stars, planets, etc. When the walking tour was done, I rushed to a phone booth and, almost tearing the cord so it could reach me outside, phoned Stephen Hawking's house. There was his assistant on the line, and I told him I had come in a wheelchair from India, perhaps he thought I had propelled myself all the way, to write about my travels in Britain. I had to see Professor Hawking. Even 10 minutes would do. Half an hour, he said, from 3:30 to 4. And suddenly I felt weak all over. Growing up disabled, you get fed up with people asking you to be brave, as if you have a courage account on which you are too lazy to draw a check. The only thing that makes you stronger is seeing somebody like you achieving something huge. Then you know how much is possible, and you reach out further than you ever thought you could. I haven't been brave, said his disembodied computer voice the next afternoon. I've had no choice. Surely, I wanted to say, living creatively with the reality of his disintegrating body was a choice. But I kept quiet because I felt guilty every time I spoke to him, forcing him to respond. There he was, tapping at the little switch in his hand, trying to find the words on his computer with the only bit of movement left to him, his long, pale fingers. Every so often his eyes would shut in frustrated exhaustion, and sitting opposite him I could feel his anguish, the mind buoyant with thoughts that came out in frozen phrases and sentences stiff as corpses. A lot of people seem to think that disabled people are chronically unhappy, I said. I know that's not true myself. Are you often laughing inside? Meanings: buoyant, intensely active and vibrant. About 3 minutes later, he responded, I find it amusing when people patronize me. And do you find it annoying when someone like me comes and disturbs you in your work? The answer flashed, yes. Then he smiled, his one-way smile, and I knew, without being sentimental or silly, that I was looking at one of the most beautiful men in the world. A first glimpse of him is shocking, because he is like a still photograph, as if all those pictures of him in magazines and newspapers had turned three-dimensional. Then you see the head twisted sideways into a slump, the torso shrunk inside the pale blue shirt, the wasted legs. You look at his eyes, which can speak still, and they are saying something huge and urgent. It's hard to tell what, but you are shaken because you have seen something you never thought could be seen. Before you, like a lantern whose walls are worn so thin you glimpse only the light inside, is the incandescence of a man. The body, almost irrelevant, exists only like a case made of shadows. So that I, no believer in eternal souls, know that this is what each of us is. Everything else is an accessory. What do you think is the best thing about being disabled? I had asked him earlier. I don't think there's anything good about being disabled. I think I said, you do discover how much kindness there is in the world. Yes, he said. It was a disadvantage of his voice synthesizer that it could convey no inflection, no shades or tone, and I could not tell how enthusiastically he agreed with me. Every time I shifted in my chair or turned my wrist to watch the time, I wanted to make every one of our 30 minutes count. I felt a huge relief and exhilaration in the possibilities of my body. How little it mattered then that I would never walk or even stand. Meanings: torso, upper part of the body. Incandescence, inner glow or light. Accessory, not essential but extra though decorative. Inflection, rise and fall of the voice in speaking. I told him how he had been an inspiration beyond cliché for me, and surely for others. Did that thought help him? No, he said, and I thought how foolish I was to ask. When your body is a claustrophobic room and the walls are growing narrower day by day, it doesn't do much good to know that there are people outside smiling with admiration to see you breathing still. Is there any advice you can give disabled people, something that might help make life better? They should concentrate on what they are good at. I think things like the Disabled Olympics are a waste of time. I know what you mean. I remembered the years I had spent trying to play a Spanish guitar considerably larger than I was, and how gleefully I had unstringed it one night. The half hour was up. I think I have annoyed you enough, I said, grinning. Thank you for... Stay, I waited. Have some tea. I can show you the garden. The garden was as big as a park, but Stephen Hawking covered every inch, rumbling along in his motorized wheelchair while I dodged to keep out of the way. We couldn't talk very much. The sun made him silent, the letters on his screen disappearing in the glare. An hour later, we were ready to leave. I didn't know what to do. I could not kiss him or cry. I touched his shoulder and wheeled out into the summer evening. I looked back, and I knew he was waving, though he wasn't. Watching him, an embodiment of my bravest self, the one I was moving towards, the one I had believed in for so many years, alone, I knew that my journey was over for now. Firdaus Kanga, from Heaven on Wheels. Meanings: cliché, phrase or idea used so often that it loses its meaning. claustrophobic, very small and suffocating. Claustrophobia is abnormal fear of being in an enclosed space. Gleefully, very happily. Comprehension check. Which is the right sentence? 1. Cambridge was my metaphor for England. To the writer. 1. Cambridge was a reputed university in England. 2. England was famous for Cambridge. 3. Cambridge was the real England. 2. The writer phoned Stephen Hawking's house. 1. From the nearest phone booth. From outside a phone booth. 3. From inside a phone booth. 3. Every time he spoke to the scientist, the writer felt guilty because 1. He wasn't sure what he wanted to ask. 2. He forced the scientist to use his voice synthesizer. 3. He was face to face with a legend. 4. I felt a huge relief in the possibilities of my body. In the given context, the highlighted words, that is, possibilities of my body, refer to 1. Shifting in the wheelchair, turning the wrist. 2. Standing up or walking. 3. Speaking or writing. Working with the text. Answer the following questions. 1. Did the prospect of meeting Stephen Hawking make the writer nervous? If so, why? 2. Did he at the same time feel very excited? If so, why? 2. Guess the first question put to the scientist by the writer. 3. Stephen Hawking said, I've had no choice. Does the writer think there was a choice? What was it? 4. I could feel his anguish. What could be the anguish? 5. What endeared the scientist to the writer so that he said he was looking at one of the most beautiful men in the world? 6. Read aloud the description of the beautiful man. Which is the most beautiful sentence in the description? 7. 1. If the lantern is the man, what would its walls be? 2. What is housed within the thin walls? 3. What general conclusion does the writer draw from this comparison? 8. What is the scientist's message for the disabled? 9. Why does the writer refer to the guitar incident? Which idea does it support? 10. The writer expresses his great gratitude to Stephen Hawking. What is the gratitude for? 11. Complete the following sentences, taking their appropriate parts from both the boxes below. 1. There was his assistant on the line. Dash. 2. You get fed up with people asking you to be brave. Dash. 3. There he was. Dash. 4. You look at his eyes which can speak. Dash. 5. It doesn't do much good to know. Dash. A. 1. Tapping at a little switch in his hand. 2. And I told him. 3. That there are people. 4. As if you have a courage account. 5. And they are saying something huge and urgent. Table B. 1. Trying to find the words on his computer. 2. I had come in a wheelchair from India. 3. On which you are too lazy to draw a check. 4. Smiling with admiration to see you breathing still. 4. It's hard to tell what. Working with language. 1. Fill in the blanks in the sentences below using the appropriate forms of the words given in the following box. The box: guide, succeed, chair, travel, pale, draw, true. 1. I met a dash from an antique land. 2. I need special dash in mathematics. I can't count the number of times I have failed in the subject. 3. The guide called Stephen Hawking a worthy dash to Isaac Newton. 4. His other problems dash into insignificance beside this unforeseen mishap. 5. The meeting was dash by the youngest member of the board. 6. Some people say yours dash when they informally refer to themselves. 7. I wish it had been a dash match. We would have been spared the noise of celebrations at least. 2. Look at the following words. Walk, stick. Can you create a meaningful phrase using both these words? It's simple. Add ing to the verb and use it before the noun. Put an article at the beginning. A walking stick. Now make 6 such phrases using the words given in the box. The box: read or session, smile or face, revolve or chair, walk or tour, dance or doll, win or chance. 3. Use all or both in the blanks. Tell your partner why you chose one or the other. 1. He has 2 brothers dash are lawyers. 2. More than 10 persons called dash of them wanted to see you. 3. They dash cheered the team. 4. Dash her parents are teachers. 5. How much have you got? Give me dash of it. 4. Complete each sentence using the right form of the adjective given in the brackets. 1. My friend has one of the dash cars on the road, within brackets, fast. 2. This is the dash story I have ever read, brackets, interesting. 3. What are you doing now is dash than what you did yesterday, brackets, easy. 4. Ramesh and his wife are both dash, brackets, short. 5. He arrived dash as usual. Even the chief guest came dash than he did, brackets, late, early. Speaking and writing. 1. Say the following words with correct stress. Pronounce the parts given in color loudly and clearly. Camel, balloon, decent, opinion, fearless, enormous, careful, fulfill, father, together, govern, degree, bottle, before. In a word having more than one syllable, the stressed syllable is the one that is more prominent than the other syllables. A word has many syllables as it has vowels. Man, 1 syllable. Manner, 2 syllables. The mark indicates that the first syllable in manner is more prominent than the other. Underline stressed syllables in the following words. Consult the dictionary or ask the teacher if necessary. Artist, compare, illegal, mistake, satisfy, agree, accident, relation, backward, moment, table, mountain. 3. Writing a notice for the school notice board. Step 1. Discuss why notices are put upon the notice board. What kinds of notices have you lately seen on the board? How is a notice different from a letter or a descriptive paragraph? Step 2. Suppose you have lost or found something on the campus. What have you lost or found? You want to write a notice about it. If you have lost something, you want it restored to you in case someone has found it. If you have found something, you want to return it to its owner. Step 3. Write a few lines describing the object you have lost or found. Mention the purpose of the notice in clear terms. Also write your name, class, section, and date. Step 4. Let one member of each group read aloud the notice to the entire class. Compare your notice with the other notices and make changes if necessary with the help of the teacher. Or imagine that you are a journalist. You've been asked to interview the president of the village panchayat. Write 8 to 10 questions you wish to ask. The questions should elicit comments as well as plans regarding water and electricity, cleanliness, and school education in the village. A crooked rhyme. There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked coin against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. When I set out for Lioness. As a young apprentice architect, British poet and novelist Thomas Hardy once visited a parish to supervise the restoration of a church. On his return from the parish, people noticed 2 things about him: a new glow in his eyes and a crumpled piece of paper sticking out of his coat pocket. That paper, it's recorded in one of his biographies, contained the draft of a poem. You're going to read that very poem inspired by a visit to a place which the poet calls Lioness. When I set out for Lioness, 100 miles away, the rhyme was on the spray, and starlight lit my lonesomeness when I set out for Lioness 100 miles away. What would be chance at Lioness, while I should sojourn there? No prophet durst declare, nor did the wisest wizard guess. What would be chance at Lioness, while I should sojourn there? When I return from Lioness with magic in my eyes, all marked with mute surmise, my radiance rare and fathomless, when I return from Lioness with magic in my eyes. Thomas Hardy. Glossary. Lioness, in Arthurian legend, the mythical birthplace of Sir Tristram in England, believed to have been submerged by the sea. Here, an imaginary place. Rhyme: frost, the spray, leaves and branches of trees' foliage. Dust, poetic word for dead. Be chance, happen, chance to happen. Sojourn, stay. Radiance, glow. Fathomless, so deep that the depth can't be measured. Working with the poem. 1. In the first stanza, find words that show 1. That it was very cold. 2. That it was late evening. 3. That the traveller was alone. 2. 1. Something happened at Lioness. It was A. Improbable. B. Impossible. C. Unforeseeable. 2. Pick out 2 lines from stanza 2 to justify your answer. 3. 1. Read the line stanza 3 that implies the following. Everyone noticed something and they made guesses but didn't speak a word. 2. Now read the line that refers to what they noticed. Springtime. Question. Why is it unsafe to walk about in spring? Answer. Because the grass has blades, the flowers have pistils, and the trees are shooting. Honeydew, Chapter 8, A Short Monsoon Diary. Before you read, Do you know what a diary is? It's a record of personal experiences written day after day over a long period of time. You can also use a diary to note down things you plan to do immediately or in future. One of the most famous diaries published as a book is the Diary of Anne Frank. Here are a few extracts from Ruskin Bond's diary in which he portrays the silent miracles of nature and life's little joys and regrets. Read on. 1. June 24th. The first day of monsoon mist. And it's strange how all the birds fall silent as the mist comes climbing up the hill. Perhaps that's what makes the mist so melancholy. Not only does it conceal the hills, it blankets them in silence too. Only an hour ago the trees were ringing with bird song, and now the forest is deathly still as though it were midnight. Through the mist, Bijou is calling to his sister. I can hear him running about on the hillside, but I cannot see him. Meanings: melancholy, very sad. The mist is called melancholy because it makes people feel melancholy. Blankets, covers. June 25th. Some genuine early monsoon rain, warm and humid, and not that cold, high-altitude stuff we've been having all year. The plants seem to know it too, and the first cobra lily rears its head from the ferns as I walk up to the bank and post office. The mist affords a certain privacy. A schoolboy asked me to describe the hill station and valley in one sentence, and all I could say was a paradise that might have been. June 27. The rains have heralded the arrival of some seasonal visitors, a leopard, and several thousand leeches. Yesterday afternoon the leopard lifted a dog from near the servants' quarter below the school. In the evening it attacked one of Bijou's cows but fled at the approach of Bijou's mother, who came screaming imprecations. As for the leeches, I shall soon get used to a little bloodletting every day. Other new arrivals are the scarlet minivets. The females are yellow, flitting silently among the leaves like brilliant jewels. No matter how leafy the trees, these brightly colored birds cannot conceal themselves, although by remaining absolutely silent they sometimes contrive to go unnoticed. Along come a pair of drongos, unnecessarily aggressive, chasing the minivets away. Meanings: fern, a flowerless plant with feathery green leaves. Heralded, announced or brought the news of. Imprecations, curses. Bloodletting, losing blood. Decades ago, leeches were used to remove blood from a patient's body. Scarlet minivet, bright red bird like a cuckoo. Drongo, a songbird with a stout bill. A tree creeper moves rapidly up the trunk of the oak tree, snapping up insects all the way. Now that the rains are here, there's no dearth of food for the insectivorous birds. Comprehension check. 1. Why is the author not able to see Bijou? 2. What are the two ways in which the hills appear to change when the mist comes up? Chapter 2. August 2nd. All night the rain has been drumming on the corrugated tin roof. There has been no storm, no thunder, just the steady swish of a tropical downpour. It helps me to lie awake. At the same time, it doesn't keep me from sleeping. It's a good sound to read by. The rain outside, the quiet within, and although tin roofs are given to springing unaccountable leaks, there is a feeling of being untouched by and yet in touch with the rain. August 3. The rain stops. The clouds begin to break up. The sun strikes the hill on my left. A woman is chopping up sticks. I hear the tinkle of cowbells. In the oak tree, a crow shakes the raindrops from his feathers and caws disconsolately. Water drips from a leaking drain pipe, and suddenly, clean and pure, the song of the whistling thrush emerges like a dark, sweet secret from the depths of the ravine. August 12th. Endless rain and a permanent mist. We haven't seen the sun for 8 or 9 days. Everything damp and soggy. Nowhere to go. Pace the room. Look out of the window at a few bobbling umbrellas. Meanings: drumming, falling noisily, disconsolately, unhappily, ravine, valley. At least it isn't cold rain. The hillsides are lush as late monsoon flowers begin to appear. Wild balsam dahlias, begonias, and ground orchids. August 31. It's the last day of August and the lush monsoon growth has reached its peak. The seeds of the cobra lily are turning red, signifying that the rains are coming to an end. In a few days the ferns will start turning yellow, but right now they are still firm, green and upright. Ground orchids, mauve lady's slipper, and the white butterfly orchids put on a fashion display on the grassy slopes of Lander. Wild dahlias, red, yellow, and magenta, rear their heads from the rocky crevices where they have taken hold. Snakes and rodents, flooded out of their holes and burrows, take shelter in roofs, attics, and godowns. A shrew, weak of eyesight, blunders about the room, much to the amusement of the children. "Don't kill it," admonishes their grandmother. Chuchundars are lucky, they bring money. And sure enough, I receive a check in the mail. Not a very large one, but welcome all the same. October 3. We've gone straight from monsoon into winter rain, snow at higher altitudes. After an evening hailstorm, the sky and hills are suffused with a beautiful golden light. Meanings: crevices, narrow openings or cracks in rock or wall. Shrew. Find its Hindi equivalent in the next sentence. January 26th. Winter rains in the hills. In the hushed silence of the house, when I am quite alone and my friend who was here has gone, it's very lonely, very quiet as I sit in a liquid silence, a silence within, surrounded by the rhythm of rain, the steady drift of water on leaves, on lemons, on roof, drumming on drenched dahlias and window panes, while the mist holds the house in a dark caress. As I pause near a window, the rain stops and starts again, and the trees, no longer green but grey, menace me with their loneliness. March 23rd, late March, end of winter. The blackest cloud I've ever seen squatted over Missouri, and then it hailed marbles for half an hour. Nothing like a hailstorm to clear the sky. Even as I write, I see a rainbow forming. Ruskin Bond. Comprehension check. 1. When does the monsoon season begin and when does it end? How do you prepare to face the monsoon? 2. Which hill station does the author describe in this diary entry? 3. For how many days does it rain without stopping? What does the author do on these days? 4. Where do the snakes and rodents take shelter? Why? 5. What did the author receive in the mail? Meanings: caress, touching or holding lovingly. Menace, threaten. Working with the text. 1. Look carefully at the diary entries from June 24th to 25th, August 2nd and March 23. Now write down the changes that happen as the rains progress from June to March. 2. Why did the grandmother ask the children not to kill the chunchundar? 3. What signs do we find in nature which show that the monsoons are about to end? 4. Complete the following sentences. 1. Biju is not seen but his voice is heard because dash. 2. The writer describes the hill station and valley as dash. 3. The leopard was successful in dash but had to flee when dash. 4. The minivets are easily noticed because dash. 5. It looks like a fashion display on the slopes when dash. 6. During the monsoon, snakes and rodents are found in roofs and attics because dash. 5. Although tin roofs are given to springing unaccountable leaks, there is a feeling of being untouched by and yet in touch with the rain. 1. Why has the writer used the word springing? 2. How is the writer untouched by the rain? 3. How is the writer in touch with the rain at the same time? 6. Mention a few things that can happen when there is endless rain for days together. 7. What is the significance of cobra lily in relation to the monsoon season, its beginning and end? Working with language. 1. Here are some words that are associated with the monsoon. Add as many words as you can to this list. Can you find words for these in your languages? In the box, downpour, floods, mist, cloudy, power cuts, cold, umbrella. 2. Look at the sentences below. 1. Biju wandered into the garden in the evening. 2. The trees were ringing with bird song. Notice the highlighted verbs. Wandering, wandered, ringing. The verb wandered tells us what Biju did that evening, but the verb was ringing tells us what was happening continually at the same time in the past. The birds were chirping in the trees. Now look at the sentences below. They tell us about something that happened in the past. They also tell us about other things that happened continually at the same time in the past. Put the verbs in the brackets into their proper forms. The first one is done for you. We, in brackets, get out of the school bus. The bell, in brackets, ring. And everyone, in brackets, rush to class. We got out of the school bus. The bell was ringing and everyone was rushing to class. 2. The traffic, brackets, stop. Some people, brackets, sit on the road and they, brackets, shout. Slogans. 3. I, in brackets, wear my raincoat. It, in brackets, rain, and people, in brackets, get wet. 4. She, in brackets, see a film. She, in brackets, narrate it to her friends who, in brackets, listen carefully. 5. We, in brackets, go to the exhibition. Some people, in brackets, buy clothes while others, in brackets, play games. 6. The class, in brackets, is quiet. Some children, in brackets, read books and the rest, in brackets, draw. Here are some words from the lesson which describe different kinds of sounds. Drum, swish, tinkle, caw, drip. 1. Match these words with their correct meanings. A. To fall in small drops. B. To make a sound by hitting a surface repeatedly. C. To move quickly through the air, making a soft sound. D. Harsh sound made by birds. E. Ringing sound of a bell or breaking glass, etc. 2. Now fill in the blanks using the correct form of the words given above. A. Ramesh dash on his desk in impatience. B. Rainwater dash from the umbrella all over the carpet. C. The pony dash its tail. D. The dash of breaking glass woke me up. E. The dash of the raven disturbed the child's sleep. 4. And sure enough, I received a check in the mail. Complete each sentence below by using appropriate phrase from the ones given below. Sure enough, colorful enough, serious enough, kind enough, big enough, fair enough, brave enough, foolish enough, anxious enough. 1. I saw thick black clouds in the sky, and dash dash it soon started raining heavily. 2. The blue umbrella was dash dash for the brother and sister. 3. The butterflies are dash dash to get noticed. 4. The lady was dash dash to chase the leopard. 5. The boy was dash dash to call out to his sister. 6. The man was dash dash to offer help. 7. The victim's injury was dash dash for him to get admitted in hospital. 7. 8. That person was dash dash to repeat the same mistake again. 9. He told me he was sorry and he would compensate for the loss. I said dash dash. Speaking. 1. Do you believe in superstitions? Why or why not? Working with your partner, write down 3 superstitious beliefs that you are familiar with. 2. How many different kinds of birds do you come across in the lesson? How many varieties do you see in your neighborhood? Are there any birds that you used to see earlier in your neighborhood but not now? In groups, discuss why you think this is happening. Writing. 1. The monsoons are a time of great fun and even a few adventures. Playing in the rain and getting wet, wading through knee-deep water on your way to school, water flooding in the house or the classroom, power cuts, and so on. Write a paragraph describing an incident that occurred during the rains, which you can never forget. Or write a poem of your own about the season of spring when trees are in full bloom. The oak. The oak stands straight and tall, but not in boots, nor any shoes at all, just in roots. Norma Faber. On the grasshopper and cricket. Unlike the ant and the cricket in the previous page, which tells a story, this is a nature poem. In it, the grasshopper and cricket do not appear as characters in a story. Rather, they act as symbols, each suggesting something else. Read the poem and notice how the poetry of earth keeps on through summer and winter in a never-ending song. Who sings the song? The poetry of earth is never dead. When all the birds are faint with hot sun and hide in cooling trees, a voice will run from hedge to hedge about the new mown mead. that is the grasshopper's. He takes the lead. In summer luxury, he is never done with his delights, for when tired out with fun, he rests at ease beneath some pleasant weed. The poetry of earth is ceasing never. On a lone winter evening, when the frost has wrought a silence, from the stone there shrills the cricket song, in warmth increasing ever, and seems to one in drowsiness half lost, the grasshoppers among some grassy hills. John Keats. Glossary. Wrought, brought about. Shrills, comes through, loud and clear. Working with the poem. 1. Discuss with your partner the following definition of a poem. A poem is made of words arranged in a beautiful order. These words, when read aloud with feeling, have a music and meaning of their own. 2. The poetry of earth is not made of words. What is it made of as suggested in the poem? 3. Find in the poem lines that match the following. 1. The grasshopper's happiness never comes to an end. 2. The cricket song has a warmth that never decreases. 4. Which word in stanza 2 is opposite in meaning to defrost? 5. The poetry of earth continues round the year through a cycle of 2 seasons. Mention each with its representative voice. Same is different. The bandage was wound around the wound. The dump was so full that it had to refuse more refuse. The soldier decided to desert his desert in the desert. When shot at, the dove dove into the bushes. The insurance was invalid for the invalid. They were too close to the door to close it. There's no time like the present to present the present. Honeydew. 9. The Great Stone Face 1. Before you read, seen from a distance, hilltops and huge rocks seem to assume various shapes. They may resemble an animal or a human figure. People attribute stories to these shapes. Some stories come true, others don't. The Great Stone Face is one such shape that reminds the inhabitants of the valley of a prophecy. What was it? Did it come true? One afternoon, when the sun was going down, a mother and her little boy sat at the door of their cottage, talking about the Great Stone Face. They had only to lift their eyes, and there it was, plain to be seen, though miles away, with the sunshine brightening all its features. And what was the Great Stone Face? The Great Stone Face was a work of nature, formed on the perpendicular side of a mountain by some immense rocks, which had been thrown together so that, when viewed at a proper distance, they resembled the features of a human face. If the spectator approached too near, he lost the outline of the enormous face, and could see only a gigantic rocks piled one upon another. But seen from a distance, the clouds clustering about it, the Great Stone Face seemed positively to be alive. It was the belief of many people that the valley owed much that was continually beaming over it. A mother and her little boy, as we said earlier, sat at the door of their cottage, gazing at the Great Stone Face and talking about it. The child's name was Ernest. "Mother," said he, while the great face smiled on him, "I wish that it could speak, for it looks so very kindly that its voice must indeed be pleasant. If I ever see a man with such a face, I should love him very much." If an old prophecy should come to pass, answered his mother, we may see a man sometime with exactly such a face as that. What prophecy do you mean, dear Mom? Eagerly inquired Ernest. Please tell me about it. So his mother told him a story that her own mother had told her when she herself was younger than little Ernest, that at some future day a child should be born near here who was destined to become the greatest and noble person of his time, and whose face in manhood should bear an exact resemblance to the great stone face. Meanings: perpendicular, cliff or rock face, rising very steeply. Immense, huge, enormous, very big, gigantic, immense, clustering, gathering, benign, kind, gentle. Prophecy, statement that tells what will happen in the future. Many still had faith in this old prophecy, but others took it to be nothing but idle talk. At all events, the great man of the prophecy had not yet appeared. "Oh, mother," cried Ernest, clapping his hands above his head, "I do hope that I shall live to see him." His mother was an affectionate and thoughtful woman. It was proper, she thought, not to discourage the fanciful hopes of her little boy, so she said to him, "Perhaps you may." And Ernest never forgot the story that his mother told him. It was always in his mind whenever he looked upon the great stone face. He spent his childhood in the log cottage where he was born, was dutiful to his mother, and helpful to her in many things, assisting her much with his little hands, and more with his loving heart. In this manner, from a happy yet often pensive child, he grew up to be a mild and quiet youth. Ernest had had no teacher, but the great stone face became one to him. When the work of the day was over, he would gaze at it for hours, until he began to imagine that those vast features recognized him and gave him a smile of kindness and encouragement. About this time there went a rumor throughout the valley that the great man who was to bear a resemblance to the great stone face had appeared at last. It seems that many years before, a young man had left the valley and settled at a distant seaport. Gathergold, which was his name, had set up as a shopkeeper, and being sharp in business matters, had become so very rich that it would have taken him 100 years only to count his wealth. In time he thought of his native valley, and decided to go back there and end his days where he had been born. Meanings: pensive, thoughtful. Ernest had been deeply stirred by the idea that the great man, the noble man, the man of prophecy, after so many ages of delay, was at length to be seen in his native valley. While the boy was still gazing up the valley one day, and imagining that the great stone face returned his gaze, the noise of wheels was heard, and a crowd of people cried, "Here comes the great Mr. Gathergold." A carriage drawn by 4 horses dashed round the turn of the road. Within it, thrust partly out of the window, appeared the face of an old man with yellow skin. "The very image of the great stone face," shouted the people. "Sure enough, the old prophecy is true. Here we have the great man at last." And what greatly puzzled Ernest, they seemed actually to believe that here was the likeness which they spoke of. He turned away sadly from the wrinkled shrewdness of that unpleasant face, and gazed up the valley, where the stone face seemed to say, "He will come. Fear not, Ernest, the man will come." The years went on, and Ernest grew to be a young man. He attracted little notice from the inhabitants of the valley. They saw nothing remarkable in his way of life, except that When the labour of the day was over, he still loved to gaze upon the great stone face. Their idea was that this was a folly, but pardonable, because Ernest was industrious, kind, and neighbourly. They did not know that the great stone face had become a teacher to him, and that the sentiment which was expressed in it would enlarge the young man's heart and fill it with deeper sympathies than other hearts. They did not know that from this would come a better wisdom than could be learnt from books. Meanings: inhabitants, people living in the valley; dwellers, labor, work; sympathies, feelings of sorrow, approval, understanding; stirred, moved. Neither did Ernest know that the thoughts which came to him so naturally in the fields and at the fireside were of a higher tone than those which all men shared with him. A simple soul, simple as when his mother first told him the old story, he beheld the marvellous face looking down the valley, and still wondered why its human likeness was so long in coming. By this time poor Mr. Gathergold was dead and buried. His wealth, which was the body and spirit of his existence, had disappeared before his death. Since the melting away of his gold, it had been generally agreed that there was no great likeness after all between the ruined merchant and the majestic face upon the mountain. It so happened that another son of the valley had become a soldier many years before. After a great deal of hard fighting, he was now a famous commander. He was known on the battlefield by the name of Blood and Thunder. Old and tired now, he had lately expressed a desire to return to his native valley. The inhabitants, his old neighbours, and their grown-up children prepared to welcome the renowned commander. It was being said that at last the likeness of the great stone face had actually appeared. Great, therefore, was the excitement throughout the valley, and many people who had never once thought of glancing at the great stone face now spent much time in gazing at it, for the sake of knowing exactly how General Blood and Thunder looked. On the day of the general's arrival, Ernest and all the other people of the valley left their work and proceeded to the spot where a great banquet had been prepared. Soldiers stood on guard, flags waved, and the crowd roared. Ernest was standing too far back to see Blood and Thunder's face. However, he could hear several voices. "It's the same face exactly," cried one man, dancing for joy. Meanings: beheld, saw, renowned, famous, banquet, feast. "Wonderfully like it, that's a fact," replied another. "And why not?" cried a third. "He's the greatest man of this or any other age, beyond a doubt." Ernest at last could see the general's face, and in the same glance to the side he could also see the great stone face. If there was such a likeness as the crowd proclaimed, Ernest could not recognize it. "Fear not, Ernest," said his heart, as if the great stone face was whispering to him. "Fear not, Ernest, he will come." Meanings: proclaimed here, said loudly, announced. Comprehension check. Write true or false against each of the following statements. 1. The great stone face stood near where Ernest and his mother lived. 2. One would clearly distinguish the features of the stone face only from a distance. 3. Ernest loved his mother and helped her in her work. 4. Though not very rich, Gathergold was a skilful merchant. 5. Gathergold died in poverty and neglect. 6. The great stone face seemed to suggest that Ernest should not fear the general. Working with the text. Answer the following questions. 1. 1. What was the great stone face? 2. What did young Ernest wish when he gazed at it? 2. What was the story attributed to the stone face? 3. What gave the people of the valley the idea that the prophecy was about to come true for the first time? 4. 1. Did Ernest see in Gathergold the likeness of the stone face? 2. Who did he confide in, and how was he proved right? 5. 1. What made people believe General Blood and Thunder was their man? 2. Ernest compared the man's face with the stone face. What did he conclude? Working with language. 1. Look at the following words: like, likeness, punctual, punctuality. The words on the left are adjectives and those on the right are their noun forms. Write the noun forms of the following words by adding NESS or ITY to them appropriately. Check the spelling of the new words. Lofty. 2. Able. 3. Happy. 4. Near. 5. Noble. 6. Enormous. 7. Pleasant. 8. Dense. 9. Great. 10. Stable. 2. Add ly to each of the following adjectives, then use them to fill in the blanks. Perfect, near, kind, pleasant, eager. 1. Why didn't you turn up at the meeting? We all were dash waiting for you. 2. Dash write your name and address in capital letters. 3. I was dash surprised to see him at the railway station. I thought he was not coming. 4. It is dash believable that I am not responsible for this mess. 5. He fell over the step and dash broke his arm. 3. Complete each sentence below using the appropriate forms of the verbs in brackets. 1. I dash brackets phone. You when I dash brackets get home from school. 2. Hurry up. Madam dash brackets be annoyed if we dash brackets be late. 3. If it dash brackets rain today, we dash brackets not go to the play. 4. When you dash brackets see Mandal again, you dash brackets not oblique recognize close brackets him, he is growing a beard. 5. We are off today. We dash brackets write to you after we dash brackets be back. Speaking and writing. 1. Imagine you are Ernest. Narrate the story that his mother told him. Begin like this. My mother and I were sitting at the door of our cottage. We were looking at the great stone face. I asked her if she had ever seen anyone who looked like the stone face. Then she told me this story. 2. Imagine you gather gold. Write briefly the incident of your return to the valley. Begin like this. My name is Gathergold. I left the valley of the great stone face 50 years ago. I am now going back home. Will the people of the valley welcome me? Do they know that I am very rich? Honeydew. 10. The Great Stone Face 2. Before you read. Many years passed. Ernest was now a man of middle age. To his neighbors, who never suspected that he was anything more than an ordinary and familiar face, he was only a humble and hard-working, though thoughtful person. But what about the old prophecy? Was it ever fulfilled? Let's read and find out. The years hurried on, and brought white hairs upon the head of Ernest, and made wrinkles across his forehead and furrows in his cheeks. He was an old man, but not in vain had he grown old. More numerous than the white hairs on his head were the wise thoughts in his mind. Meanings: furrows, deep lines. And Ernest had ceased to be obscure. Unsought for, undesired, had come the fame which so many seek. He had become famous beyond the limits of the valley. College professors and even the active men of cities came from far to see and converse with Ernest, and he received them with gentle sincerity, and spoke freely with them of whatever came uppermost, or lay deepest in his heart or their own. While they talked together, his face would brighten unawares and shine upon them as with a mild evening light. While Ernest had been growing old, God had granted a new poet to this earth. He too was a native of the valley, but had spent the greater part of his life in distant cities, pouring out his sweet music everywhere. Neither was the great stone face forgotten, for the poet had celebrated it in a poem. The songs of this poet found their way to Ernest. He read them after his customary toil, seated on the bench before his cottage door. As he read, he lifted his eyes to the mountain. "O great stone face," he said, "is not this man worthy to be your likeness?" The face seemed to smile, but did not answer. Now it happened that the poet, though he lived so far away, had not only heard of Ernest, but had thought much about his character, and wished to meet this man whose wisdom walked hand in hand with the noble simplicity of his life. One summer day, therefore, he arrived at Ernest's door, where he found the good old man holding a book in his hand, which he read, and then, with a finger between the leaves, looked lovingly at the great stone face. "Good evening," said the poet. "Can you give a traveller a night's shelter?" "Gladly," answered Ernest, and then he added, smiling, "I think I never saw the great stone face look so hospitably at a stranger." Meanings: obscure, not well known; unawares, unknowingly; customary toil, usual work; hospitably, here gently, kindly. The poet sat down beside him, and he and Ernest talked together. Never before had the poet talked with a man like Ernest, so wise and gentle and kind. Ernest, on the other hand, was moved by the living images flung out of the poet's mind. As Ernest listened to the poet, he imagined that the great stone face was bending forward to listen too. He gazed into the poet's eyes. "Who are you, my gifted guest?" he asked. The poet laid his finger on the book that Ernest had been reading. "You've read these poems," said he. "You know me, then, for I wrote them." Again and again Ernest examined the poet's features. He turned towards the great stone face, then back. He shook his head and sighed. "Why are you sad?" inquired the poet. "Because," replied Ernest, "all through life I have awaited the fulfillment of a prophecy, and when I read these poems I hoped that it might be fulfilled in you." "You hoped," answered the poet, faintly smiling, "to find in me the likeness of the great stone face. I am not worthy to be its likeness." "And why not?" asked Ernest. He pointed to the book. "Are not those thoughts worthy? You can hear in them the distant voice of a heavenly song. But my life, dear Ernest, has not corresponded with my thoughts. I have had grand dreams, but they have been only dreams. Sometimes I lack faith in my own thoughts. Why, then, pure seeker of the good and true, should you hope to find me in the face of the mountain?" The poet spoke sadly, and his eyes were wet with tears. So too were those of Ernest. At the hour of sunset, as had long been his custom, Ernest was to speak to a group of neighbors in the open air. Together he and the poet went to the meeting place, arm in arm. From there could be seen the great stone face. Ernest threw a look of familiar kindness around upon his audience. He began to speak to the people what was in his heart and mind. His words had power because they agreed with his thoughts, and his thoughts had reality and depth because they harmonized with the life which he had always lived. It was not mere breath that the preacher uttered. They were the words of life. A life of good deeds and selfless love was melted into them. The poet, as he listened, felt that the life and character of Ernest were a nobler strain of poetry than he had ever written. His eyes filled with tears, and he said to himself that never was there so worthy a sage as that mild, sweet, thoughtful face with the glory of white hair diffused about it. At a distance, but clearly to be seen, high up in the golden light of the setting sun, appeared the great stone face, with white mist around it, like the white hairs around the brow of Ernest. At that moment, Ernest's face took on an expression so grand that the poet was moved to throw his arms up and shout, "Behold, behold, Ernest is himself the likeness of the great stone face." Meanings: corresponded, been in harmony with, custom, habit, harmonized with, corresponded with, agreed with, sage, wise man, diffused, spread all around. Then all the people looked and saw that what the poet said was true. The prophecy was fulfilled. But Ernest, having finished what he had to say, took the poet's arm and walked slowly homeward, still hoping that some wiser and better man than himself would by and by appear, bearing a resemblance to the great stone face. Nathaniel Hawthorne, abridged. Comprehension check. Write true or false against each of the following statements. 1. Ernest's words reminded people of the wise old sayings. 2. Total strangers from far away who visited Ernest in the valley found his face familiar. 3. The great stone face confirmed Ernest's view that the poet could be worthy of its likeness. 4. When Ernest and the poet met, they respected and admired each other equally. 5. The poet, along with Ernest, addressed the inhabitants of the valley. 6. The poet realized that Ernest's thoughts were far nobler than his own verses. Working with the text. Answer the following questions. 1. How was Ernest different from others in the valley? 2. Why did Ernest think the poet was like the stone face? 3. What did the poet himself say about his thoughts and poems? 4. What made the poet proclaim Ernest was the stone face? 5. Write Ernest or poet against each statement below. 1. There was a gap between his life and his words. 2. His words had the power of truth as they agreed with his thoughts. 3. His words were as soothing as a heavenly song, but only as useful as a vague dream. 4. His thoughts were worthy. 5. Whatever he said was truth itself. 6. His poems were noble. 7. His life was nobler than all his poems. 8. He lacked faith in his own thoughts. 9. His thoughts had power as they agreed with the life he lived. 10. Greatness lies in truth. Truth is best expressed in one's actions. He was truthful, therefore he was great. 6. 1. Who by common consent turned out to be like the great stone face? 2. Did Ernest believe that the old prophecy had come true? What did he say about it? Working with language. 1. Mark the meaning that best fits the word or a phrase in that story. 1. Sun going down. A. Becoming smaller. B. Weakening. C. Setting. 2. Brightening. A. Making it look bright and cheerful. B. Lending it a special glow. C. Causing it to appear hopeful. 3. Spacious. A. Lonely and wild. B. Big and wide. C. Special and important. 4. Prophecy. A. Proverb. B. Prediction. C. Rumor. 5. Marvelous. A. Wonderful. B. Surprising. C. Shocking. 6. Proclaim. A. Reveal. B. Declare. C. Shout. 7. Cease. A. Happen. B. Stop. C. Remain. 8. A night's shelter. A. Stay. B. Safety. C. Hospitality. 9. Gazed. A. Wandered about. B. Stared at. C. Thought of. 10. Took on. An expression. A. Challenged. B. Resembled. C. Assumed. 2. 1. Read the following sentences. I do hope I will live to see him. B. He will come. Fear not. Ernest, the man, will come. C. Gather gold is arriving tomorrow, people said. D. Blood and Thunder starts his journey back to the valley next week, everyone proclaimed. E. The great man is going to spend his old age in his native town. Notice that the above sentences, verbs in bold type, are in 4 different forms, denoting 4 important ways of expressing future time. None of these can be said to be exclusively used to show future time, though each is used to refer to some action in future. I live, will come, is arriving, starts, going to. 2. Which form of the verb is more natural in these sentences? Encircle your choice. I'm not free this evening. I will work, or am working on a project. B. Have you decided where you will go for your higher secondary? Yes, I have. I will go or am going to the Kendriya Vidyalaya. C. Don't worry about the dog. It won't hurt, isn't hurting you. It won't hurt or isn't hurting you. D. The weatherman has predicted that it will snow or is snowing in Ranikhet tonight. E. Swapna can't go out this evening. Her father will come or is coming to see her. 3. 1. Complete these pieces of conversation using will or going to with the verbs given. A. Rani, why are you turning on the radio? Ravi, I dash brackets listen to the news. B. Rani, oh, I can't buy this book. I have no money. Ravi, don't worry. I dash lend brackets you some. C. Rani, look at those dark clouds. Ravi, I think it dash brackets rain. D. Rani, what shall we have for dinner? Ravi, I can't decide. Rani, make up your mind. Ravi, all right then. We dash brackets have fried rice and dry beans. E. Rani, why are you filling the kettle with water? Ravi, I dash brackets make coffee. F. Rani, we need some bread and butter for breakfast. Ravi, all right. I dash brackets go to the bakery and get some. Before he goes out, Ravi talks to their father. Ravi, I dash brackets get some bread and butter. Do you want anything from the bakery? Father, yes, I want some salt biscuits. Ravi, fine. I within brackets get. I dash within brackets get you a packet. 2. Let pairs of children take turns to speak aloud the dialogues. Speaking and writing. 1. Each of the following words has the sound F as in feel. The words on the left have it initially. Those on the right have it finally. Speak each word clearly. Fail. Life. Philip. Puff. Flowed. Deaf. Fact. Tough. Fail. Laugh. Fast. Stiff. Two. Underline the letter or letters representing F in each of the following words. File. Cough. Photograph. Affront. Slow. Defense. Staff. Philosophy. Faint. Afford. Tough. Sophistry. Lift. Enough. Aloof. 3. Imagine that you are the poet. You've come to your native valley to meet a famous preacher called Ernest. Narrate the incident of your first meeting with him. 4. 1. Put each of the following in the correct order to construct sentences. A resident of Noida near Delhi is visually impaired. George Abraham. Second one, confidence and competitive spirit, and infuses discipline among the participants. It provides. Next, he has helped the brain behind the World Cup cricket, the disabled to dream. Next, to the blind school in Delhi, it was a chance visit that changed his life. Next, sport is a powerful tool. The disabled. He believes that for rehabilitation of. 2. Now arrange the sentences above to construct a paragraph. Begin with George Abraham, comma.